certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
I'm so pumped for today. I'm so excited for shows today. Everybody's doing some shows today. Good morning, Johnny. Are you Hi, everybody. Good morning. I was so excited to say I was going to sing. I was going to tell Johnny, good morning, Johnny. How are you feeling? I'm feeling fantastic. Are you feeling good? And then I go to Johnny, and there's no Johnny. Now, the funny little, what do you call it? The funny little gimmick. I sent him couldn't send. Uh-oh. Why can't it? I sent him the link. And now the link I sent him, it says it couldn't send. Now that one sent. I was wondering what our issue was this morning. Our issue was very simple. The thing didn't get sent. Oh, now people are saying Johnny's truly gone, and I've been using Johnny AI this whole time, and Johnny didn't boot up. No, I sent the thing. I'm going to show the world that I sent the thing, and you will see. See here, it says couldn't send. And now this one here has been sent. Johnny says, I still don't have a link. You have a link now, my son. Go forward and click the link. Oh, no. Click the one I just sent. What a goddamn disaster. It still isn't sent. It's sent. It's right there. I can't send it any harder. Copy link address. You know what? We're going to Twitter. We're going to send it to his Twitter, boys and girls. Oh, you know what? That's right. I blocked him. No, I did not block him. Johnny. Oh, that's right. He's got a fucking dumb Twitter name that I've got to go find. I'm sorry, guys. I have such a good show planned for today. I'm telling you, it is a great show. You're going to love it. You're going to think it's the great. You're going to plots. Check Twitter. I refuse to call it X, by the way. I will be the old man calling it Twitter until Elon Musk is disappeared by the government. Twitter is a better name. There are a lot of things that Elon did better with the Twitter thing. But one thing he didn't do better is change the name. X is gay. Nefarious says, let Johnny sleep. Keep all the money for yourself and SP. Ooh. You know what the fun thing is about the money today, boys and girls? You guys teamed up with the evening people, and you kept us ahead. So we're still ahead. So I think you guys should pay back the evening show. You should bang out the rest of their goal for today. And now we can stay ahead officially for 3 weeks. $190 from the evening show. That's the number. Nefarious says, Aaron and I think alike. SP is fine. Gorgeous. She is gorgeous. I cannot debate such things. All right, do we have him? Is he here? Why isn't he here? He has the link. The link is his. Netanyahu spending dinner at the White House sucking Trump's dick was hilarious. Really, Coltrane? Is that what you say? That Netanyahu was sucking Trump's dick? Because I saw Trump sucking Netanyahu's dick. I saw it as mutual fellatio, is what I saw happening at the White House yesterday. We're going to talk about that. We got Ben Shapiro. Hey, guys, Ben Shapiro talked about the Jeffrey Epstein news that came out late Sunday. And wouldn't you know, when the Mossad CIA Jewish blackmail agent was cleared of any kind of blackmail or sex trafficking or client list, Tel Aviv Ben said, hey, that's it. Trust the story. Wrap it up. That's the end. There we go. Do you think, in a way, Ben knows he's lost all his good faith with like that hard right MAGA crowd? Do you think he knows he's lost all that cred with them and that now he's just like playing up the role as the heel? Because he is kind of a little shitburger. I guess shitberg in this case. But like do you think he's maybe very aware of it? And so he just continues to play it up? And he like continues to play the heel? Because I think that's what Ben's doing at this point. Zen Man gifting a subscription to Nefarious. Nefarious then asks, do I have to give one? Do you have to? No. Would it be awesome if everybody who was gifted one to someone else? Of course. And there's Nefarious gifting a membership to Honky. Would it be super awesome if Honky gifted a membership to someone else? Of course it would be awesome if Honky did that. Does Honky have to do that? Absolutely not. But would it be really cool to see a train of gifted memberships? Of course. Thank you, Nefarious. That's very nice of you. I hear a man muttering to himself off camera. Let's see if it's...
Yeah, because I forgot to start the virtual camera because I was busy trying to get into my Twitter so I could get your link.
Was it hard work getting into your Twitter?
Yeah, because I haven't had to log into my Twitter since I literally don't know when, and apparently I didn't remember my password.
Oh, that can be a bitch.
So yeah.
You know what that means? That means you haven't been on Twitter enough to keep the password memorized, which means at least in that aspect of your life, you're very, very healthy. There he is. Oh, my God. And he was so close to the screen. Trigger warning for everybody who's been molested by someone with a large close-up face. We didn't mean to trigger.
That seems like it'd be a short list.
Well, we didn't mean to trigger previous memories, and that's not what we're here to do. Welcome to the show, boys and girls. Now we can get started. Now we can fire it up. Yeah, I sent you the message before the show, and then I went back to check to see why you weren't there, and it said couldn't send. I never see that.
I watched you send the second one where you're like, all right, that link is sent. And I waited, and then I refreshed the chat. I closed it, reopened it, everything. And it still was like, there's nothing there.
I hope I'm fucking banned from Facebook. I do. I just hope for it. Like at this stage in my life and career, I'm just like, when something happens, I'm like, I hope they fucking ban me. I remember when we had to leave radio, and I was like, oh shit, is this going to work? And then like day one, it worked. And then like a week in, we let Matt and his friends play around and they fucked us. And we got suspended for like a week. Because we were like raking it in when we first started. I mean, when we were on Twitch, we were fucking raking it in. And we got suspended. And I remember I was panicking like my life had just ended. Like I was like, oh my God, not again. What are we going to do? Blah, blah. Now you fast forward almost about 4.5 years later. And now I'm just like, if I get banned from anything, I'm like, ah, ha, 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 ha. That's right, motherfucker. We'll see you on Rumble. That's what, I mean, everyone's got to be, if you're a streamer, you're a hack if you're not multi-streaming. That's what everyone's doing now. Like, even, like, we beat the top guys to it. Like, Asmon Gold's doing it now. I think iShow Speed is doing it. Like, all the big Tectone, they're all doing it now. You have to do that. You've got to, everybody's so prideful of their view count on one platform. Hey, asshole, why not combine them?
Yeah.
Like, and Restream keeps track even of Rumble now. So it's like, combine all your numbers. That's the size of your audience. If they broadcast something on TV and it's on multiple channels, they don't say, oh, well, we only take the viewership from one channel. No, they take the viewership from the whole thing and they add it up. That's how many people watch you. You should be diversifying. Then that way, if you get banned for something, you can just move to one of the other ones. Or you don't even have to move to one of the other ones.
You're already there.
You're already there in case, until the other one comes back. So yes, you should be restreaming. If you're not restreaming, I think it's just laziness. Because if even I can do it, to quote Roger in Training Day, fuck's your problem? I ask you. So yes, today we are starting at $180 away from tonight's goal, not today's goal.
Tonight's goal.
Tonight's goal. So let's knock that one out and we stay ahead for another show. And then I got to tell you, if that evening show bangs out a morning show goal, I don't think you guys ever get to hear the end of it. I don't think they do.
Well, what if the morning show banks out the remainder of the goal and then starts doing it? Like if they do a healthy chunk into tomorrow's
then
goal,
the evening show gets zero credit.
Yeah.
Like if the morning show bangs out tonight's and then bangs out like a, I don't know, $80 to $100 chunk of their own for tomorrow, and then the evening show finishes it up, no credit.
Yeah.
Let's set a number right now, as a matter of fact. What's the number that this audience has to hit for tomorrow's goal for me to do that extra half hour? $80?
Yeah.
All right. You guys finish up tonight and you get to 250 for tomorrow. I go till 11 today. That's the deal. Yeah, I agree with Bigot on socialist media when it comes to multi-streaming. If Aaron can figure it out, anyone can. McBuster says, holy fuck, the Whitney Cummings interview with Bill Maher is unlistenable. Oh, well, this show, if something's unlistenable, what do we want to do?
Not watch it.
We want to hear it. We got to see if it's hold on. Pooh, I wanted to be able to mute my mic first, but I literally couldn't get there in time. And I half-ass sneezed into the mic. All right, so Whitney Cummings. Uh-oh. Got that one, bitches. Whitney Cummings, Bill Maher. Did they have a little fun when they turn out the lights? Louisiana Saturday night. Okay, here we go. She was on Club Random this weekend. Yay! Don't you love Whitney Cummings?
I didn't realize she was still doing like gigs and stuff that they would book her on shows.
I think she's reached that level of famous where now she's always famous.
Okay.
Because didn't she write Two Broke Girls?
She wrote, it was either that one or someone else. She's done a lot of writing. She did one stand-up special that I know of that I just did not care for, so I haven't seen anything from her since.
Sometimes I forget about Whitney Cummings. I sometimes forget she isn't Sarah Silverman, and I have to recalibrate what she's done. I'm like, oh, that show she did for Comedy Central was really funny back in the day. Oh, that was Sarah Silverman. I apologize. But Whitney Cummings, I think, wrote Two Broke Girls. She did a bunch of the Comedy Central roasts.
Okay.
And then I think she's just done podcasts. There are, like, think about it. There's some of those comedians who their only credits are just doing podcasts. Bill Maher and Whitney Cummings talking about Kamala. Oh, this is going to be bad. You want to watch Whitney Cummings talk to Bill Maher about Kamala Harris?
Yep.
No, like I was doing this joke last year.
Okay, let's say I wasn't paying you. I want you to answer this question as though I'm not giving you $1. Do you want to listen to Whitney Cummings talk about Kamala Harris?
God, no.
Okay, thank you.
About Kamala.
All right, so you can listen to Whitney Cummings for free, talk about Kamala Harris, or you can drive a 10-penny nail into your asshole with a sledgehammer. Which one are you doing?
It's a really tight, like, it's got to be the asshole, huh?
You'll take the nail in the ass? By the way,
it's a close race, but the nail by a hair.
If that saying doesn't get stuck in your head, and
penny nail in the asshole.
So there's a saying that, you know, that he's so uptight you can't drive a 10-penny nail up his ass with a sledgehammer. Any excuse I have to use that saying, I use it.
Where did you get it?
Triple H. Triple H was giving an interview about something. Like, he's running WWE now, and he was talking about Vince, and he goes, when you talk about this, boy, when we asked him about this, boy, you couldn't drive a 10-penny nail up his ass with a sledgehammer. And I'm like, okay, that's like the most perfect saying I've ever heard. That's fantastic. So Whitney Cummings, Kamala Harris, Bill Maher. You know, people know this about me. To a fault, I love and make excuses for Bill Maher. I'm a huge Bill Maher fan. And I can't imagine that Bill Maher listens to Whitney Cummings talk about politics and takes it seriously. My brain won't let me believe that he does that. My brain won't let me believe that Bill Maher hears Whitney Cummings' opinion on shit and goes, oh, okay, well, we're in an interesting conversation.
I mean, my brain won't take Whitney Cummings seriously on comedy, but I don't know if Bill Maher can or not. Like, that's one of those things where he makes room and excuses for his friends. So
yeah, that's just it. Let's see where Whitney Cummings stands.
No, like I was doing this joke last year about Kamala Harris before the election. Did you see those videos where she ostensibly was a little tipsy when she was giving speeches?
How could you tell? I mean, that was the problem.
Because I was like, mommy.
That was the problem with that. One of the problems.
But I was doing a joke about it, going like, maybe this is what we need. What is scarier than an alcoholic woman with no children? Truly nothing. I mean, this is the level of fearlessness we would like. Imagine she's like drunk dials Putin at 2 a.m. like, hey, homo. Like, this could be good.
No.
That's rough. You know, we were watching this music video that some female comic made. And of course, the feminine comedy flowchart got to her getting fingered eventually. And that's what the song was about, was her getting fingered. There's kind of this fork in the road that you hit with a lot of female comics. And the fork in the road you hit is they have to go one of two ways. They have to be disgusting and talk about their filthy pussy and being a whore and maybe get some pity laughs. Or you have to come up with like a really unique, clever turn of phrase and watch them butcher it fucking bad. Like trying to watch a dog balance a ball on its nose. And those are the two choices you have. And here's one thing I will give Whitney Cummings for. Or one thing I will give her credit for. She did try to go the hard route on that joke. She did try to, she didn't be like, oh, she'll probably just start shoving the nukes up her pussy. You know, she didn't do that. She went, oh, man, she gets hammered and she calls Putin drunk dials him at 2 a.m. and says, hey, homo. That's like, okay, that's actually kind of funny if you're at Thanksgiving, like, and it's just you and your family and you're talking about shit and you're just talking shit. Being a really super successful comedian, that is as textbook, that is as run-of-the-mill, middle-of-the-road, dog shit, uninspired joke writing I've ever heard. And she's like, I went on stage and told that joke. And it's like, I wouldn't.
I once again repeat my question. What has she done to justify being on this show? Like that she's on now?
Yeah, like politically, like Bill Maher, like to be a Bill Maher guest, I feel like you have to kind of be up on politics, and I don't really see her that way.
Yeah.
And everyone would get it. Everyone would get it. And then I went to New York, and it went like okay. It was kind of, and someone was like, I've never seen that video. I'm like, my whole feed is Kamala Harris drunk giving speeches, and there's other people that didn't even get it. So it's like we all have these
that's the problem.
We have these bespoke algorithms. I almost feel like when we start talking to each other, we have to do like an algo check.
She feels like we have to do an algo check when we talk to each other because she did a
joke that didn't land. Yeah. A shitty joke that didn't land.
Is that it? That's the only clip I'm seeing. Whitney Cummings tells Bill Maher cancel culture actually supercharged comedy and made stars out of those who didn't bow down to woke. I would agree with that. None of this, like I know that whoever wrote in and told us that Whitney Cummings was on Bill Maher, they're like, oh man, she was out. Like, not, I don't see any of this shit as like terrible, awful, like the worst. I just see it as remarkably unentertaining.
Yeah, it's just boring as fuck.
Yeah. Really just boring. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says it was like torture getting through her usual heavy-handed comedians are special-brained people that the plebs can't understand. Oh, yeah, there's that too. She's one of those people who's like, a lot of people just don't get, she's one of those life of the comic type people or brain of the comedian type people. Like she does, a lot of people just don't understand the art form of how we, as soldiers of pen and paper and insight into the world, it's like, stop it.
In other words, you really want yourself to be special.
Dude, off. I'm going to say it, and I believed it for a while. Bill Hicks ruined comedy. He did, because Bill Hicks was a very rare entertainer who could say something that wasn't necessarily funny, like the "It's a Ride" bit. Mm-hmm. It's not funny, but it is a really good, like, philosophical take on life. I think Bill Hicks should be reframed. I think Bill Hicks needs to be removed from the comedy genre, and he needs to be, for the health of comedy, he needs to be placed in the one-man show genre. Because calling him a comedian, all these fucking assholes, I mean, I've seen a million of them who think they're goddamn Bill Hicks. And
no, he's dead.
He's dead. And he's Alex Jones.
Well, one of the two.
So you can't be Bill Hicks because he's already taken. He's Alex Jones. But it's like Bill Hicks had a way of doing something that not everyone can do. Same thing with Carlin. You see people try to write these big, elaborate bits with crazy wordplay and tongue twists. It's like, dude, that ain't you. That you're trying to be an impression of the thing you are. Like you and I talk about this all the time, how if we watch too much of a guy, we go on stage and we accidentally start becoming that guy.
I can't go near Bill Burr. I can't watch Bill Burr. I turn into Bill Burr.
I can't watch Patrice O'Neal because it looked, dude.
You become black?
I was watching a shitload of Patrice when one of my college professors died, and I went to his funeral, and like they wanted me to go up, or his wake, and they wanted me to go speak. They wanted me to go say, and I told a story about my old college teacher, and it went really well, but I gave it in like the cadence and body language of Patrice O'Neal, and I could feel myself doing it. And as I was doing it, I was reminding myself, like, nobody here knows who he is. You're totally fine, but this is fucked up. Like, this is really... I had watched him do the Charlie Sheen roast.
Oh,
and
no.
I had stolen kind of that cadence and that vibe while I was speaking at a wake, and I'm like, oh my... Dude, you've got to stop. You've got to stop. It's true, though. Like, you watch enough of a guy, you become influenced, and you have to be smart enough to go, you got to stop doing that, dude, because you're being remarkably inauthentic. I see a lot of these guys, they try to be Carlin or they try to be Hicks. And it's brutal to watch because there's just a talent level you don't have. And you can talk to these guys and they'll be like, yeah, I want to be like Bill Hicks. And like the best advice you can give someone is fucking stop.
Aim for something achievable. Try to be Mitch Hedberg first.
No, don't try to be Hedberg either, because I've seen guys try to do that, and it's equally as sad. You know what?
I haven't seen that.
Try to be. Let me think of a name here. Try to be. Oh God, who's the guy? He hosted Make Me Laugh. God damn it. What was the guy's name? It was like Mark something or Mac something. Oh, who hosted Make Me Laugh? Like, try to be one of those guys who got a half-hour Comedy Central special in the early 2000s.
Like anybody, then.
Mark Cohen. Try to be Mark Cohen. There you go. Try to be that guy. You know what? Try to be Dennis Regan. Don't try to be Brian. You know what? Try to be Jim Belushi. Try to be one of the less famous brothers. Try to be Kevin Farley. That's what everybody should
try to be
shoot for.
Stephen Baldwin.
Try to be Stephen Baldwin. There's nothing wrong with that. Look at their lives. I'm sure they're happy. Try to be, you know what? Try to be, in terms of stand-up, not success level, try to be Ray Romano. Ray Romano did the most basic, I'm a husband and my wife is different and weird and she bothers me and doesn't she bother everybody else, but I love her and maybe I'm a little wacky. There, be Ray Romano. Be someone a Jew would be very happy to just plug and play into a sitcom.
Well, that's just frugal.
Don't try to be Hicks. Don't try to be Carlin. Try to be Jim Belushi. Perfect. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, try to be Kevin Brennan. Don't. There is, for all his flaws and all his faults, there is only one Kevin Brennan. Say what you want about Kevin Brennan. He had the world by the balls in comedy, and now he does a podcast yelling at Chad Zumach. Okay, that's bad. But Kevin Brennan, no matter where he ends up, will always be one thing, and that's an original. You will never be, like, you cannot, the fact that Kevin Brennan has mentally ill bum on the streets of New York energy and has parlayed that into a career where he lives in a home is
nothing short of miraculous.
It shows like what you can do with a can-do attitude and some elbow grease. Is that you can take that vibe that Kevin Brennan has and not be homeless. He's defeated us all. He's defeated society. He's defeated expectations. Because anyone who goes, hey, that Chad's an asshole and he's a piece of shit, and he brings like retards on with him to talk about how this guy nobody's heard of is a total piece of shit and just yells about it. Like the fact that that guy doesn't live, buried in his own piss and shit in an alley somewhere shows the talent and commitment that man has. Kevin Brennan, as they say in the sports trading card world, is a one of one.
Okay. He's an original entity.
Or I could be wrong. One of those two things is a true statement. Los Federales with $1 says vacay over. Lost the war on day 5. Pinching or turtling was never an option. It was like a punch to the gut with no warning. Had to tip the cleaning lady $20. It was a good run. Rest in peace, Dominican toilet. Well, R.I.P. to your asshole. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. Speaking of shitting and destroying toilets and poo-poo and pee-pee, have you watched that Netflix documentary on the carnival ship?
I've only seen the previews for it. I haven't brought myself to actually watch it, but I'm curious. Have you?
I watched it. Now, I loved it. I thought it was great, but I did fall asleep at the end because I watched it right after the show. So after the show, I went grocery shopping, and then I sat down in my recliner with the dog, and I watched that show. And when I sit in the recliner after the show and after the gym and after I do stuff, I pass the
nap time.
I pass the fuck out. So I passed out for like an hour. and I probably missed the last 20 minutes of it or so. But what I saw so far, really, really good. And I forgot how long ago this shit cruise was. Like it was like how long ago was the poop cruise? 2013. Like for some reason I remember it as like 5 years ago.
Well, didn't they have another issue like a couple years later? But I don't know. Either way,
I mean,
the poop cruise is infamous.
They've had issues with like cruises having norovirus on it. And, like,
I'm thinking of, you know what it is? It's because coronavirus. They had the lockdown cruises.
Yeah,
and people couldn't leave the boats because you'll get everyone else sick.
Right, maybe that's it. But like, yeah, the Carnival Triumph, the cruise where they had like shit running down the walls and all because what happened was they had a fire in the electrical room. And so they lost power to the ship, so the toilets wouldn't work. So people had to pee in the showers. They told people to pee in the showers and shit in red bags. And they thought it was only going to be like a 1 or 2 day thing. Turned out to be like a 5 or 6 day thing. And when the tugboats came to hook up the ship and pull it to Mobile, Alabama, the ship would be listing. And as it listed, all the shit and piss and everything else would slosh and move everywhere because the showers had started backing up.
Oh.
Because there was no way to empty the showers. So piss is coming through the showers. Raw sewage, untreated piss and shit was coming up through the showers. So then when the ship started listing, all the piss and shit was sloshing all over, and you had crew members who were talking about, I'd get out of my bed and my feet would be submerged, and they'd show video of this Indian guy's like, and my feet were submerged in piss and shit. And you know how like secretly racist I am? Like I didn't know how racist I was watching this. You know what my first thought was when the Indian guy talked about being ankle deep in piss water?
Feels like home.
I was like, yeah, that shouldn't be that bad for you, dude. Like, I feel like you're trying to over-Americanize your shit. Because, like, yeah, that would be gross for me, but I feel like for you, that would be like, yeah, it's bad. Like, it's gross, but it's not like me gross. Like, my reaction to standing in piss water should be, oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Oh, that's fucking disgusting. If you're Indian and you drop down from your bed and you're in piss water, you should go, oh, I sure hope this day gets off to a better start than this. Like, you know, it's not good.
Right.
That you're standing ankle deep in piss, but it's not a world ender.
Right.
It's not a catastrophe level event. It's like,
how much do you wish you have waiters on that boat?
Well, you know,
Just
I mean,
up to your knees.
There's not a lot of food and drinks that can be had when the power's out. So whether you have someone to bring it to me or not, I really don't
just
care.
going to make more problems on the back end when
Right.
they have to take a shit.
You've been going on cruises for 27 years. You get off your bed and you go, 27 years? Neck deep in shit. I give you the piss and shit. All you got to do is flush. Do you do your job? No. I'm obsolete. But yeah, that was the fucking shit cruise. And they brought people on who were on the cruise, and they had a chick who grew up in the Soviet Union who worked on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And she let us know that, you know what the crew does on cruise ships when they're done working?
What's that?
They fuck.
Oh, really?
That's what she said. She goes, a lot of sex on the cruise ship. A lot of sex on the cruise ship. You know what makes something infinitely less sexy?
Piss and shit everywhere?
Well, you know what? Accurate. You're not wrong. It's not what I was thinking of, but you do raise a good point. A Russian accent.
Disagree.
Really? You like the Russian accent on a woman?
If it's done correctly, if the lady does it right, it
Really?
can go wrong.
Oh, man, I can't stand that fucking voice. Oh, I would really like to suck your dick.
Why do you always picture them as a dude?
That was my woman. My man is how would you like me to suck your dick? That's a guy. The one I was doing was a chick. They don't have an octave higher than that. I'm sorry. This is Russian woman, and she is telling you she will suck your dick.
I feel like
This
you
is a
vastly-
Russian man saying, I will open my anal lips for you, like you are coming to collect your wheat quota in old Soviet Union. That's different.
Okay.
Do you see the difference?
I can see where your problem started.
Well, no matter what, this how this ship go with the piss and shit, as on the wall says, big trouble for moose and squirrel. I don't think you can do a Russian accent without a Rocky and Bullwinkle reference. Otherwise, you're a hack. No, the documentary we're talking about is on Netflix. And it's got the dumbest fucking name. It's called Trainwreck.
Why? It's a fucking cruise ship.
Right? It's a boat. And I know they're trying to be like ironical. You know, like, it's a ship, but it's a train wreck, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's the poo boat. There you go.
Why can't you just call it, like, this is called Trainwreck Poop Cruise. That's the name of the documentary. Dude, how much better is it to just call it Poop Cruise?
Or the poop boat. And do a love boat spinoff.
Poop boat. Yeah, you could do a whole boat series, and you could do the Ellen Alma's Minnesota Vikings love boat thing. I would love to watch a documentary on how much. Like,
on that
pussy
crazy
and-
party?
oh my God, they're just fucking and sucking and snorting and drinking. I would love to hear Dante Culpepper's take on, and Fred Smoot. They all talk about what went down on the fucking Love Boat. Please. All right, let's do. So this is the trailer for Trainwreck. Trainwreck Shit Boat. I believe is what it's called.
Good afternoon. Welcome on board the beautiful Triumph.
We just love going on cruises. The food, the pool, the water slide. I mean, what more could you ask?
This was
You
absolutely
can
the
ask the
best.
toilets work.
Yeah, you could ask for shit not to run down the walls. I got a water slide. I got a pool. What else can you ask for? Plumbing. And, also, you get on this cruise, the power goes out. They can't keep the pool clean. So, like, the more you try to go in the pool, the more you're just bathing in other people's sweat and dirt.
Dude, now it's getting gross.
Oh, yeah, it wasn't gross when I
Soupy
said
pool water. Oh.
soupy pool water, shit down the walls. There's really nowhere you can go that's, like, awesome at that point.
Bachelorette party that I had dreamed of.
We were like, this is awesome. And then the lights go out.
Attention. Empathy.
Oh my God.
More than 4,000 people are stuck on a cruise ship that is dead in the water.
That's when all of us were like, what the f?
That's the guy. That guy was in there. He's like, well,
He's a chef.
there was pee and poo-poo inside of the boat. It's like, yeah, that's
the chef's cup.
well, yeah, it's like that's weird for us, but like you're cool, right? Like that guy, if anything, should have been like the Maharashi of that boat. He should have been like the spiritual leader. Like, all right, I am here to help you all adjust to the reality of shit and piss surrounding you all the time.
By the way, I'll be handling your lunch.
When power goes, that's it. Everything's out.
It was immediately crisis mode.
But the toilets weren't working. Well, we can do a number one in the shower. And then...
I'm telling you, it got bad fast.
I would never expect having to poop in a red bag. Oh,
And
no.
by the way, they were like, you can store the red bags here. Like, why aren't we just going up to the deck and throwing the red bags into the ocean?
I mean, it's not great, but it's the best option.
Right.
We have
Why are
so
we
far.
keeping these on the boat? I don't give a fuck if a turtle chokes to death on my shit. I really don't. I'm not keeping a bag of shit on the boat with me. If you don't mind, I would like to throw this overboard and maybe poison a wild animal. Like, it's worth
I'm
it.
dropping a log on the coral reef, and there ain't nothing you can do about it.
Exactly, yeah. I'll fucking choke a sea turtle with my diarrhea. I don't give a fuck at this point. I'm not keeping this on the boat.
Oh no.
No. Suddenly, everyone's out for themselves.
You could hear the panic.
We were starting to smell urine.
Oh my God.
It was terrifying.
We had camera people, crews on boats, a helicopter up in the air.
Fights broke out.
The ship
Why
was on
can't we get
fire.
these people off the
What?
boat if we're doing so much to interact with them?
Well, what are you going to do? You can't transport all those people from one cruise ship to another. It's not like you got a skyway. You're in the fucking ocean, dude. What are they going to do? Swim it?
Get a rope ladder or something? I don't know.
A rope? You just got a rope ladder on you on a cruise ship in case you
I don't
need
know.
to.
I'm just saying.
All right, man.
So, like a helicopter's coming by, it can't pick up like 3 people. Like we can slowly, like we got to bring down the population on the boat because those are all people that need to like no offense, front and center here in the yellow shirt. He's gonna drop a deuce that's gonna kill a small family.
We got a Raiders of the Lost Ark. This shit. Can you dispatch the cruise ship rope ladder, please? Yeah, like you can't even enjoy the water slide. For like 3 days, these people got to know what it's like to live in Somalia. Well,
and the crew just got to, have a taste of home on the
yeah.
ship.
Yeah, one lady was from the Soviet Union, one's from India. I mean, standing waters of shit and piss are not exactly, outside the realm of possibility where they came from.
Is happening on this cruise ship.
It's like shantytown.
It's like something that came out of a nightmare movie.
The snowball has started to roll, and there's no stopping it.
My God, it's chaos.
Oh, so that just came out. Okay, so June 24th. Yeah. So I've seen that relatively fresh, as it were. Yeah, I'll probably finish that today. I'll finish that documentary. And like I never found out, like I didn't get to the point in the documentary where they say how the fire started or what, but it burned up all the power cables. So even when they got the fire put out,
they had nothing.
Yeah, there was no like repairing it. It burned up all the power lines.
So they had no power on the boat the whole time?
They couldn't even drive the boat because there was no power. So like my question is, I know those are like floating skyscrapers and like floating cities, but like, can't you bring enough generators and then draw from the generators from the boat's gas or whatever? I don't know how that would work. All right, there's only one solution. Nuclear-powered cruise ships.
I don't know if that will make it better. I feel like the power generator wasn't the problem, is moving the power generated.
Yeah, bird collector with a good point, Johnny. You're talking about throwing the rope ladder out for the 2 boats to converge. Like you would be able to use a rope ladder. You'd be fucked.
I'm not saying we need to get everybody off the boat. I'm just saying lowering the population reduces the number of people shitting and pissing on the boat.
Do you know what's
I'm trying to get shit to shoe level, and that's a literal term this time.
They did. They literally had shit.
I'm trying to get it down to shoe level.
You really see how bad of a saying "get the shit down to shoe level" is when shit is down to shoe level. When shit is down to shoe level, it's still remarkably troubling and disastrous.
Right.
But
at least it's not above shoe level. That's the part nobody's thinking about. Getting it down to shoe level means we've escaped that point already.
Right. The saying "get the shit down to shoe level" is meant to be like, let's take this horrible situation and make it tolerable. What I'm saying is having shit literally at shoe level is not tolerable to me. Like I can't. That's still an emergency to me. Is like, hey, the fucking shit is at shoe level. My shoes. I don't mind getting the shit to someone else's shoe level. But when the shit's at my shoe level and it's my shoes in the shit,
now we got to talk.
Let's eliminate the shit. I was thinking the same thing a couple people like Brett Mack and other people are thinking in the chat. When I was watching this documentary, I was like, I know it's a risk and I know you might die, but why not try to lean over the railing and take a shit into the ocean? Like, drop. You know how fun it would be to watch a turd? Here's the problem, though. They were talking about how people were throwing their red bags overboard, and the wind would blow it into a deck below, and it would just blow a shit bag into a below deck.
Oh, no.
So, like, you really have to you'd have to tie your red shit bag really tight and then chuck it out into the ocean and hope that you weren't throwing it into the wind.
Oh, how many people, if they were doing it your way, though? Like, you'd bank back and then just hit the side of the boat and you just got streaks all the way.
That boat fucking deserves it. Like, that boat deserves to have shit streaks all over its side when it comes in. If that boat
the maintenance guy didn't do his job?
If that boat doesn't come into port surrounded by flies, It's not getting what it deserves. Oh, God. Now the corny jokes. Ready? Brian writes, gives new meaning to the term poop deck. You can't really avoid that one, can you?
No.
Mommy says, how about no cruise ships? They're just stupid. You know what's really odd about this? Between us talking about it yesterday and me watching that documentary.
You want to go on a cruise?
That's not right.
No, it's not. Are you hoping for the poop incident or something?
Well,
like an experience, or you just want to go on a cruise?
I don't think SP and I don't think either of us are cruise people.
Right.
And it's a vacation. That's a vacation you take your kids on, right? Or no?
No, not necessarily.
You shouldn't take the kids on a cruise.
It could go either way. It depends on the cruise you book and the area, because like a lot of these cruises have kind of like the kids side of stuff and then the more adult side of stuff, both entertainment and otherwise.
Because my kids are getting old enough where they can probably start going on some trips, but not like 5-night kind of trip, like 3-night trips, maybe.
Okay.
You know, with the kids. I think the kids are ready for like a Wisconsin Dells level trip. Okay. I don't think they're ready to like go fly. Like my oldest is afraid to fly. Like the other two, my 8-year-old, he doesn't give a shit about anything. Like he doesn't care. It's not like he's fearless. He just doesn't think about it. And my 6-year-old is a little adventurer. She's like, oh, that would be fun. Like SP and I, when we were going through the airport, we saw a little kid riding on their luggage. Like it had a little saddle carved out in the suitcase, and they'd get pulled through the airport on it. My 6-year-old loves that idea. I think that's the most awesome thing in the world. So I don't know, but like you're saying, cruises are not for the children.
Generally not, but like most of them have like bars and stuff on the boat. But then again, like I said, that depends the cruise you're booking. If you're on like a Disney cruise, those are usually more aimed at having kids around. But then do you want to go to a cruise that's like aimed for children? Because then I feel like you have to wonder about every person you don't see with a child. Like you have a kid here somewhere, right? Like you didn't book a kid cruise by yourself.
That's a really good point. Yeah, you got.
I'm just a big fan of Mickey Mouse. All right, get the away.
Yeah, you got to beat
boat.
the shit out of that guy and poop in his room on the walls. What you have to do. Yeah, Mommy, how about no cruise ships? They're just stupid. I get that. Mommy with a good point. Maybe they could have run the power on the ship on shit. What you think about it?
Guys, we need a methane generator. We certainly have a fuel source.
Chevrolet JB says ships run on Bucher fuel. Small engines won't run on that. Oh, damn. Scooby Jooby Joo says a friend of mine who was on that cruise said it was actually a good time and the crew was really great. I can't imagine having good memories of that experience. Do you know how much Carnival Cruise loves that guy and his low fucking disgusting single video game player standards? Where that guy gets out of the boat, he's like, actually, it was really fucking fun. It was great, and the crew was awesome. And they're like, see, guys, everything's fine.
It was a horrible situation, but they made the best of it. Fuck, we played Parcheesi. Like, oh, Jesus.
I agree with Deutsch Chad. He says nuclear is the safest power source, really is, and no refueling for 20 plus years. Yeah, you know how long? I understand a nuclear powered ship would be expensive as fuck to run, but you'd never have to refuel it. And if you had to refuel it, I've learned from watching movies that you could just steal plutonium from Libyans.
And then as long as the boat can get up to 88 miles an hour,
you can travel through time and end up in fucking Pirates of the Caribbean. Carabiner. Vidiot says shit is not a bad word. It's actually an acronym. Bags of manure. Hey, are you ready for an answer to a question none of us asked?
Yep.
I'm excited about. I'm not talking shit, Vidiot. I'm saying like none of us asked you to tell us this, but we're excited. We're excited to see where it goes. I mean, part of us because we want to shit on you if it's really bad, but the other part, we could really learn something interesting. Vidiot says shit is not a bad word. It's actually an acronym. Bags of manure stored below decks of the old wooden and sometimes leaky ships of the past had this notice on the side: ship high in transit. Is that? I'm looking that up because that sounds like the fornicate under consent of the king thing. And
yeah,
that's where
it's like, no, that's what fuck stands for. And I'm like, does it really though?
Is shit not a moniker, an acronym? Yeah, acronym. No, shit is not an acronym. It is a word with German origins, tracing back to Old English skite, and ultimately to Proto-Germanic skit, according to Wikipedia. The popular internet myth claiming it's an acronym for ship high in transit is false. How about is fuck an acronym? And I don't think it is. No, the word fuck is not an acronym. While several myths and urban legends suggest it might stand for phrases like fornication under consent of the king or unlawful carnal knowledge, linguistic analysis has shown this to be false. The word fuck is believed to have originated from who?
Germans?
Once again, us Germans. Evolving from words with meanings related to striking, thrusting, or physical movement. Yeah, you know the Germans don't give it to you soft. Germans are rough lovers.
They're going to blitzkrieg your...
We like to get in there, the Panzers, the Stukas, and the Wehrmacht all at once. We like to air, land, and sea at the same time. It cognates in other German languages like German, Dutch, and Scandinavian tongues. Okay. One thing that is true, fuck you did come from the 100 Years' War.
Oh.
And we're going to Google this and find out that I'm totally lying, but I love this story. So back during the 100 Years' War, the British had a weapon that the French feared. It was the British longbow and the longbowmen. It was long-range artillery, basically. And the French didn't have any archers that could reach it. So the British could wreak havoc with the longbow. And the reason the longbow could be fired from such distances, it was made from the wood from the yew tree, Y-E-W-U. And the British would take their middle finger and they would pluck it. It was called plucking the yew. And so at the Battle of Agincourt, when 6,000 British soldiers were surrounded by, I think, 15,000 French soldiers, the English longbowmen fought their way out, fought to the sea, and got away. That's, Henry V, once more into the breach, ye men, ye merry band of brothers. And they won. And in France, when they would capture a British archer, they would chop off his middle finger. So the British, as they were escaping the sea, held up their middle fingers to the French to say, I can still pluck my you. The PL became anglicized. It became fuck you. And that's where... Now, is that true?
Probably not.
Probably not, but it's a hell of a story, right? Is fuck you from Agincourt? Let's see. God, I love this Google AI. No, the phrase fuck you and the middle finger gesture are not believed to have originated from the Battle of Agincourt. This story is considered a myth or legend. While the pluck you story linked to Agincourt has become part of folklore, it is important to separate fact from fiction regarding the origins of the phrase fuck you and the middle finger gesture.
I like yours better.
It is way better.
Yeah,
but they're not.
This is way more entertaining.
They're not telling us where the middle finger came from.
Yeah, unless you can give me a plausible start, this is a much better explanation.
Right. Where did the middle finger come from? Dude, if AI had a sense of humor, they would just write God. The middle finger gesture as an insult has roots in ancient Greece and Rome. It was known as the digitus imputicus in Rome, and some historians believe it symbolized an erect phallus. Oh, so if you showed a lady the middle finger in traffic back in Rome, it meant that guy's a weirdo who gets turned on by a traffic jam. The gesture was used to express contempt or disrespect and has been documented across so it was a dick, but in a bad way. So basically in Rome, it would be like, suck my dick. That's what the middle finger meant.
So I'm guessing the in a way, your story's still accurate. When they made it to the boats, they were like, hey, Frenchman, fuck off.
Yeah, suck my dick, froggy. That's what they were trying to say. I'm going through the chat here to see where we're at. We got some good jokes about the boat. Mommy says, I will only fly on private jets. Yes, I am that spoiled. Oh, knock out our goal for tomorrow.
Shouldn't be too hard for you.
She flies on private jets because she doesn't frivolously give her money to podcasts.
Well, there's always time to start.
You could fly commercial and just fund our program. That'd be cool. Vidiot says wet manure gives off methane gas, and the wet bags in lower ship decks where they used flame to see was explosive. Oh, goddamn. Yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe that boat was a bad place to be. Mommy says, walked back into the room to suck my dick. Yeah, if you're new to this show, that's going to be...
Leaving and coming back is going to be
Yeah,
for you.
there's going to be a lot of times where you come back, like you leave the show for a while, you come back, and there's going to be someone saying like, my cock's on fire. Like, that's just... Sometimes that like, that's a pretty
You're
common...
going to just have to accept you missed something.
Yeah, you're going to... Just don't think that I'm a weirdo who just, autistically shouts out crazy shit. You probably just missed the context.
Although I would like as just something that would entertain me, I would love to see like a video clip of like you walking into like an elevator standing with somebody and then just like, shit on my dick. Just like a weird kind of Tourette's thing. Like that would be funny.
Yeah. Fruit dip on my ball bag. That's like something you would hear on this show, but trust me, it would make sense. Yeah, but aren't you guys talking about Ukraine? Yeah. Totally makes sense.
It all lines up.
Doorman with $5 says, wow, what a pull with a Fred Smoot reference. I got another one. Bernard Berrien. All right, I see you're Bernard Berrien, and I raise you a Matthew Hatchett. What up? $5 from Jake Fire says, what do you think about quartering claiming to be broke? To me, it's suspicious.
I don't know. I don't manage that dude's money.
Yeah.
I don't like counting people's funds.
He could be broke. That could be
He
why
could be
he's
broke.
There's usually when someone claims they're broke, there's one of two reasons why. One, they want people to feel sorry for them, or two,
they're broke.
They're broke. So it's got a 50% chance of being broke.
I know he overspent on that coffee business for like a packaging machine or something himself, so we could do it ourselves kind of thing. But the orders, like the last coffee thing he did, like for Mother's Day or whatever, didn't go well.
No, and if I were to answer your question honestly, and you ask me, what do I think about the quartering saying he's broke? My honest answer would be, I don't.
I don't think about it.
I don't think about the quartering. But I will check it out. Mommy with $10 says, sometimes I do give money. Look at you, you pretty bitch. I appreciate that. So you guys, what did I say? If they get $80 into tomorrow morning's goal, we're calling that a win and go until 11. Well, you guys are only 165 away from tonight. So Steel Toe's been ahead for 3 weeks. Keep us ahead. April Shrimp with $2 says, when does the show actually start? You have to be a deranged Steel Toe hater to not enjoy the last hour of this show. It has been casual conversation about a shit boat. What do you
want to get fucking balls deep into politics?
You haven't been talking about drama things that I obsess about as a 40-year-old man. That's
not sad at all.
That is a you problem, sir. We made Indian shit jokes about a cruise ship, and guys, I got bad news for you. I can't do better than this. I appreciate your $2, but if you were expecting more,
that's on you.
To quote Ramsey Bolton, if you were expecting a happy ending, you haven't been paying attention. Thank you, by the way. 165 away from tomorrow or to this evening's show. So we're still there. We're still ahead of the game, and I appreciate that. All right, before we jump into the reason we're starting with shitboat and all that is because there's so much Epstein stuff today. And one of the Epstein things we have is Ben Shapiro telling us to move on from Epstein. And I'm going to want to strangle.
Oh, there's a surprise.
Yeah, I'm going to want to strangle the fucking shit out of Ben Shapiro today. We also have Nick Swardson brings openers on the road with him to fuck them rumors. Yeah. We've got a podcast clip that we're going to talk about that Nick Swardson brings, quote, unfunny gay guys on the road with him so he can have sex with them. Now, Johnny, why is that a problem for people like you and me?
Because I'm not funny,
but
I'm not gay. I know a guy, though, that opened for Nick Swardson.
I know. We both know a guy who opened for Nick Swardson a lot. Do you remember who it was?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah, I do.
Corey Adam. Didn't just open for Nick Swardson one or two times.
Like, they toured together quite a bit.
Until Corey got accused in the Minneapolis comedy scene of, like, sending
Stupid
dick
bullshit,
pics.
yeah.
Stupid bullshit. I mean, really, I hate to be this guy, but I will stand on this hill and I will die on this hill. We did away with the phrase "boys will be boys" too much. Like we got rid of it in circles it didn't belong. Like there would be grapes that happened. You know, like drunk, passed out girls, and people would say boys would be boys. That's fucked up.
No, that's not okay, sir.
You got to get rid of that. But like, the shit Corey was accused of was such boys will be boys shit. It was also women scheming to get ahead in the comedy world. And then when it didn't happen, they blamed they made a deal with somebody. And that guy delivered on his end of the bargain. And when it didn't make her career go forward, she then played victim. Like, Corey got fucked over by a dishonest harlot who didn't get what she wanted out of a transaction with Corey Adam. So she fucking snitched on him. And it's we got to go one of two ways. Either we're smart, badass bitches who can make our own decisions and we're just as smart as the boys, or, gall darn it, we always get tricked when we don't get our way and we got taken advantage of by these manipulative, smart, crazy, scary men. I'm okay. And by the way, I'm okay with either one, but it can't be both. Like, either you're on the same level as these guys and you can see through their bullshit, so therefore anything that you guys do is, on the level. It's 50-50. Or men are starting from an advantaged, privileged position. Like, let us know. And then if it's the other one, we just won't fucking associate with you. Like when it comes to business and things like that. So I think Corey got treated like shit on his deal. But he did open for
Nick quite a bit.
For Nick Swardson, and now I'm starting to wondering just how open he was when he opened.
I have no idea.
You feel me?
I know what you're saying.
By the way, $5 from 191 Redbird says, can you be friends with anyone that isn't a crazy-ass lunatic? What are you talking about? I think out of my friends, I've probably gotten in the most trouble out of any of them. So I think all my friends are pretty normal. You don't know 99% of my friends. And they're all relatively normal people. Also, people are pointing out that Chad Zumach also opened for Nick Swardson.
Mud Shark indeed.
Mud Shark. Maybe he was swabbing the poop deck. Maybe
But then I gotta wonder, why didn't he keep opening for Nick? Was he not good as an opener, or was he not good as a
because he
deck
got
swabber?
sore. That's why. He got all butt hurt.
He got chafed in the booty.
Yeah, it's like Mr. Swardson, please. My anus can't take any more. We have another $5 from Doorman. He says, I'll raise you with Bryant McKinney. All right. Well, I will see your Bryant McKinney and raise you a Phil Lodeholt. We cool? Are we good here? 155 away from tonight's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. Keep it going. You're off to a remarkable start today, and I appreciate it. So, the Nick Swardson thing, we'll talk about that a little later. We've got actually, today's show shaping up. Once we get through the Epstein stuff and you get really fucking mad about the Epstein stuff, then we've got a lot of cool, fun stuff to get through as well. I mean, dude, the Epstein stuff's going to be great. Like, we're going to shit on Ben Shapiro. It's going to be fun. But it's going to be a slog to get through because this Epstein thing is so frustrating. It's so disappointing. And God, just there's part of you that goes, man, I just really want to be done with it. But I also know that I've got it written down as something I want to clip today. I want to clip Swardson, Epstein, and Creator Clash. I don't know if you guys heard the Creator Clash news, but done. Not happening. iDubbbz fucked everybody over with his little petty beef with H3, which I don't know if you've been following that. I've never seen someone start the high-profile super influencer beef and, like, surprise attack the other party and lose so quickly and so badly. Like, I believe that the iDubbbz Content Cop on H3 came out in like May or June.
Mm-hmm.
And almost immediately people were like, wow, iDubbbz is a disingenuous piece of shit. And then Ethan Klein just started hitting back and hitting back and hitting back. And he was knocking out iDubbbz and Hassan Piker and Denims and Frogan, all these different people. And Ethan Klein is just torching YouTube with a fucking flamethrower. I mean, just smoking people to the point where iDubbbz has to give up his interest in Creator Clash. And we found out that he and his cunt wife Anissa were actually taking money from that before, like, there were profits or anything else. And then like, all these underlings of Hassan Piker start leaving themselves wide open, and Ethan sues them. And, like, to me, like, this is crazy to me. Fuck it. Let's just start with this today. So,
okay.
iDubbbz has to sell his interest in Creator Clash, leaving, like, the behind-the-scenes silent partner now to come out and be the face of it.
Mm-hmm.
When that was never the intent. So iDubbbz basically drops a whole heaping pile of dog shit in this guy's front yard and then goes, all right, see you later. So this guy tries to salvage the event after iDubbbz turned it into fucking Israel and Palestine. And so they postponed the event first. And they said, all right, we're going to move it from June to October. We're going to get this whole thing straightened out, and then we'll have the event. Well, people kept dropping off. Harley Mornstein from Epic Mealtime was not happy that this became a, Jew-Muslim thing, apparently. He's also a good friend of Ethan Klein, so of course. And so he said, I'm fucking out. One of the people who was on Creator Clash is one of Ethan's staff members.
So I guess that person's out.
She was out. And and then two other people dropped out, and it was very clear early on that this thing was heading for disaster. Well, yesterday, the decision was officially made by Creator Clash on Twitter. We've made the difficult decision to cancel Creator Clash. All existing pay-per-view ticket holders will receive refunds automatically. No action is required. While the event won't go ahead as planned, all funds raised so far will still be donated to charity, and our fundraising efforts will continue in the months ahead. Thank you to all the fighters for their hard work and dedication, and to everyone who supported us over the years. We appreciate you. Thank you, the Creator Clash team. So, I mean, again, iDubbbz just drops this red bag of shit right in their yard, walks away from it, and the whole thing is destroyed.
Ooh.
How do you fuck up YouTube people wanting to beat each other up? Like, how do you fuck that? I'll tell you how they fucked it up. They started throwing these giant parties, and they were flying in influencers who had nothing to do with the boxing event. So, iDubbbz's wife, Anissa, is a clout-chasing, gold-digging, wretched slag of a woman.
So there's your problem right there.
Well, here's the issue, and I know a little something about this. When you hand something to someone that they didn't earn, their character is revealed immediately. Either one, they act like they deserve to be 50-50 partners right from Jump Street, or they feel a certain amount of pride in themselves and they want to work extra hard to prove this isn't a nepotism thing and that they can earn this. And they work really hard. You get one of two people. Unfortunately, the majority of the people are the landed on third base and think they hit a triple people. And that's really unfortunate. I've seen it happen before. Personally, our fans have seen it happen before. You've seen it happen before and had to, Corey Adams.
I apologized. I said I was sorry.
Well, Corey Adams has gone on record before as saying, yeah, I had to bite my tongue a lot. I felt a certain way and I had to fucking eat it a little, and I apologize for that. But Anissa was the same way. Anissa got handed the keys because it's very enticing to want your partner to be involved in your passion. And it's also enticing to have someone you believe you know and can trust running the parts of this that you don't want to run. So like iDubbbz, myself, like being creative people who want to do the on-camera part, us type of people are usually fucking dreadful at the behind-the-scenes stuff.
Yep.
Like really terrible at it. So finding out that someone else wants to do it,
that's just a weight off our shoulders.
Not only do we say take it, but we go, we're not even going to check your work. Just go ahead and do it. I'm just happy not to be doing it. And you take your eye off the ball.
I trust you for reasons completely unrelated to this venture.
Right. So then this Anissa, she takes over the Creator Clash thing. And oh my God, she uses it basically as a way to invite influencers to party with her so she can be friends with them. And she has these big gala events and these big pageants. And it's like, bitch, we're promoting boxing. Do you know how to promote? Here's the easy way to promote boxing, right? You get these YouTubers together and you have the big event where, you know, you have the tables and the press conference thing and you give them all microphones and they talk shit on each other.
And there you go.
There you go. Now you've got drama and you've got a story and you've got a reason why people want to tune in and watch these people pummel each other. You don't have a fucking Cinderella ball where you invite denims and all the girls you'd like to be friendsies with to the boxing event. And then you know what they did after the boxing event that they spent hundreds of thousands of more dollars on?
What?
Throwing parties the next day so that in iDubbbz's words, they could, quote, process their trauma from boxing. I know people hate when I say this, but I'm sorry, it's the truth. I am a boxer. And I will tell you right now, in a 3-round fight, there is no trauma to process. If you have trauma to process after a 6 to 9 minute fight, you're in the wrong fucking business. If you have to go and talk to somebody about the trauma of the boxing match you were in, dude, guys who fight 12-round championship fights don't need to do that. It's called being an athlete, being in a sport, and competing. There's no trauma to process there. You know, it's not uncommon for me when I go to the gym and I step in the ring and I start sparring. It's not uncommon for me to spar 10 rounds. There's no trauma to process there. It's fuck, my arms hurt. Fuck, my body is sore. And my legs are sore. And if you got into a real gym war, you're like, I need to take some fucking Advil. I got a headache. You know? There's no trauma to process. It's just part of being an athlete. So they were spending buku bucks, as they say, on these non-boxing related things. And iDubbbz's like, I'm going to have a nice event where we don't have drama and we don't. It's like, well, then, sorry, you need to have
fighting's the wrong thing.
Yeah, you need to have a sewing competition if that's what you want. We need to crochet. We need to think of something different because if you're in the hurt business, if you're in the fight game, you got to create reasons to get people to want to watch these people bash each other's brains in. That's what we're going for here. So
we need drama and we need physical altercation.
You had a pussy West Coast kid give his retarded girlfriend / wife, who he took her last name. And by the way, to show how like passive aggressively abusive this chick is, do you know why he took her last name?
No.
Because she said his last name, Washburn, sounds like that's an embarrassing last name. It sounds like a guy who stormed the Capitol. Why would you marry someone who feels that way about your last name? Because that's just showing a disrespect of who you are and where you came from.
Yeah.
And
I don't know.
Dude,
but then again, this guy also, you said, gave her control of a boxing event and she kept inviting influencers and they were throwing parties. So they don't seem like smart decision makers.
I don't feel sorry for him one bit.
Oh, no.
I'm not asking people to feel sorry for me for the
That's a
retarded
bet
decisions I made in managing this whole thing. You make your bed, you lie in it. The other thing that this asshole dipshit did, took her name. Also, she would like run his training for him. Like he would have a boxing coach. And the boxing coach would be like, we got to do this, we got to do that. She would come in and she would go, no, we have to go. Ian's hungry. It's like, what do you mean Ian's hungry? Yeah, we got to go. Ian's hungry. Well, he's a big boy. He can speak up for himself, and he can tell us that he's hungry, and we need to train. No, Ian's hungry. And then she would go to his trainer and be like, you can't yell at Ethan, or you can't yell at Ian the way you do sometimes, because it reminds him of his relationship with his father. It's like, bro, get the fuck out of...
Fucking fighting is the wrong thing for this guy.
You got to get out of that boxing ring, brother, because... most of these guys in boxing, they're fighting because they can hear their father yelling at them, and they want to beat him to death with their bare hands. So, I mean, that's not me, but like some people,
I don't know that he could handle even Super Smash Bros. Competitions. I feel like those might be a little too much for you.
Right?
This is the kind of thing you bring into this,
dude. D&D or Magic the Gathering might, put him over there. We have to leave this card game. Ian's hungry. So it's, so Creator Clash is done. Creator Clash is not happening, and it's the end that event needed to see, because it's fucking embarrassing the way that was handled.
It's just fucking embarrassing.
And now now Ethan Klein is just scorched earthing everybody. Like, he's suing Frogan and Denims and Casey Tron because... And by the way, he's suing them because he should, because they took his content nuke on Hassan Piker, and when it debuted, all of these women just played it on their channel. They didn't comment. They would leave the room for periods of time, and they would say on their stream, thanks for watching it here and not giving him any money. If you like that we did that, subscribe to our channel, give us a Prime subscription, blah, blah. Like, they were using it to make money with the stated goal of denying him money. It is
off of his content. That's a big no-no.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same thing that I didn't care for people doing. Like, they're like, oh, I want to give you money and not Aaron. It's like, well, I'm doing his show right now, so save the giving me money for my show.
When I saw the Ethan Klein thing, I was like, there's people who play my show without commentary for the stated goal of not giving me any money and making money for themselves.
Yeah.
They
should really think about that.
That's
how
very
lucky they are that hasn't bit them in the ass.
Here's the problem, though. Like, to sue somebody
takes a lot.
You've got to be willing to pay a fuckload of money. And the reason being, for someone to take something on contingency, it has to be an easy case with assured gains. And gains that would make it worth your while. Like $5-10 grand, good luck. They're just not going to put in the work for that.
There's an accent that kind of came out when you said that. That was weird.
Was it a little
5-10 grand? Good luck.
Was it a little Israeli?
Kind of Al Pacino'd a bit.
Good luck getting your money. Everyone thinks they're going to sue everyone. You always hear people that I'm going to sue this person. I'm going to sue that person. It's like, you just don't know how it works.
Wait till you find out about the retainer.
Yeah, you just don't know how it works, man. I'm sorry. You're out of your depth, so to speak. Ethan Klein admitted, he's like, look, I like burning my money. I like setting it on fire. And I like creating, generational wealth for my attorneys' families. For Ethan, he's not suing these people to get rich. He's suing these people to punish them. Yeah. Ethan is a guy who's got money and he's willing to spend. Like, Ethan is not looking at this as a thing that's going to net him a profit.
No, this is a purchase.
Yeah.
Like buying a car or a piece of jewelry. He's going to enjoy this.
So that's the news on Creator Clash. Creator Clash is dead in the water. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the Anissa bugs bite. And one more time, Ian, get a divorce, buddy. Just get a divorce, pal. All right, we are 155 away from tonight's goal. Keep us ahead. We love being ahead. I fully understand that we are probably going to be back to having goals tomorrow morning. But I don't want to be back to having goals a second before tomorrow morning. So thank you guys very much. 155 is the number. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. You see the top four right there. The top four is very attainable still this week. Go ahead and jump in there. We appreciate it. So speaking of Israel, Trump met with Netanyahu yesterday.
Okay.
And I know you heard someone say in the beginning of the show, they were like, did you see Netanyahu coming to the White House and sucking Trump's dick? And like the two clips I saw of this meeting, I'm sorry, that's not what I was seeing. And typically when Netanyahu comes to America, his lips get a rest, if you catch my drift. He ain't doing any sucking. This was Donald Trump talking about meeting with Netanyahu. This is disgusting.
Do you think that there can be a two-state solution that creates an independent?
I don't know. I'd ask Bibi that question. You have the greatest man in the world to answer that age-old question, two-state. Go ahead. You give him your honest answer.
The greatest man in the world on this issue. Benjamin Netanyahu, if you don't know the history, comes from the Likud party.
Mm-hmm.
The Likud party has a policy they call Greater Israel. And Johnny, if you don't know, you don't know. I'm not asking you to belittle you or anything. Do you know what the Greater Israel policy is?
Yeah. It's the policy of taking up places like Gaza and I think even like Lebanon that they went into earlier and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like it's amassing a fairly sizable amount of area outside of what is current Israel.
West Bank, Gaza Strip, southern Lebanon, and eastern or western Syria. I can't remember. And that should all be Israeli. That's the Greater Israel. It also, part of the Greater Israel policy is no two-state solution with the Arabs, with the Palestinians. It's kick them the fuck out, take over the land. It's basically ethnic cleansing. That's the Greater Israel. So when you ask Donald Trump, do you think there can be a two-state solution? And he points at Bibi and goes, well, you got the greatest man in the world to answer that. No, you don't. You have the worst guy in the world to answer that. That's like saying, are we going to celebrate Hanukkah this year? And you go, you got the greatest guy in the world to answer it, and you motion to Adolf Hitler. Like, it's not the best.
I feel like his opinion's going to be pointed at the least.
It's going to be skewed just a little bit. Look, man, Trump's been disappointing a lot of us lately. But, you know, the Epstein stuff, like anything surrounding Israel is the biggest disappointment of the Trump administration. Epstein, Netanyahu, Iran, all of this shit is just so disappointing. And now I saw yesterday that tariffs were back again.
Mm-hmm.
So far, the big, beautiful bill is, you know, I'm not
pretty dog shit considering.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and shit on it as hard as other people are, but I'll say this. Remarkably underwhelming, and I think it was done more as a way for Trump to say he got a W more than it was to actually
as
make
an actual good policy.
Yeah, exactly. I can't say enough. The one thing that Trump has fucking knocked it out of the park on, the thing he has crushed it on, is immigration.
But that was pretty much, in a lot of people's opinion, the thing that won him the election.
Right. And now, one thing in the big, beautiful bill I do like, more energy exploration, more oil drilling, stuff like that. Two of my biggest issues were immigration and energy. And the fact that we're going to be, you know, producing more oil, bringing the cost of oil down, cost of energy, cost of good, that'll help with inflation, is more energy production. But, you know, I mean, inflation is very simple. It's too much money chasing too few goods. Let's increase our production of goods, and we can help out with the inflation problem. So Trump says that Netanyahu is the greatest man in the world to talk about the two-state solution. I'm going to press X to doubt.
I think Palestinians should have all the powers to govern themselves, but none of the powers should threaten us. And that means that certain powers, like overall security, will always remain in our hands. Now,
so I believe the Palestinians should be able to govern themselves, but our security should always be in our hands. So even his answers on the two-state solution are, as I read into them, and maybe I'm wrong, we believe there should be two states, but one of them should be subservient to Israel's needs.
Yeah.
So I think what they need to start asking Netanyahu is, all right, tell me the truth. Do you think there should be a two equal state solution?
And if he was going to give you any answer, it'd be some tongue-tied way of pretty much saying no.
Yeah.
Because their argument is always, if the states are equal, they're going to attack us. Like, they can't have the power to attack us. They don't leave any room for error on this. There's literally no. If they exist, they're going to attack us. So the only way they can exist is in a way that doesn't allow them to attack us.
Yes. Like, let me ask you a question. Since 1948, who has attacked who more and who has started more wars?
Well, we did this game. If you take one piece of that puzzle out, that area gets a lot calmer.
Right.
In the last couple years.
Yes.
So there does seem to be one particular side doing a lot of the instigatory actions.
Right. I would agree.
That is a fact. And no one in Israel will agree to anything else because we don't commit suicide. We want life. We cherish life for ourselves, for our neighbors.
Well, easy on the for our neighbors. So we cherish life for our neighbors.
So long as our neighbors are a lot like ourselves.
There's a clip of an IDF soldier that came out yesterday saying it's crazy out here. Our officers treat Palestinian children as though they're Hamas combatants. And it's like,
I don't want to defend the IDF soldier on this, but I have seen videos of Hamas like Rainbow Six Siege style training done with, again, like kindergartners.
Oh, let me be very clear. Hamas is also a piece of shit organization.
Oh, right. Right. I'm just saying two things can be true. Like, they could be training some children like this, and the IDF could be treating every kid like a possible combatant.
That's 100% true. But my thing is, for Netanyahu to say we cherish life, stop. But you don't. You cherish Israel getting their way. And, like, my problem with Israel is they won't just admit who they are. Like, you could still, like, Israel could admit who they are, and some people would still get their back over in that part of the world compared to Hezbollah and Hamas.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't like this idea that Israel's like, oh, man, all we want to do is defend ourselves. It's like, really? Because you occupied southern Lebanon for like 30 years. You've been in the West Bank and Gaza Strip as occupiers for like 50 years. I don't know. Like, you don't really strike me as, you know, the good guys. I'm not saying there is a good guy. But it's kind of like Ukraine. Like, Ukraine pitched themselves as these poor victims. It's like, you helped us instigate with Russia. You helped us overthrow a government that was pro-Russian there in Ukraine. You've been corrupt as all fuck. It's like, you don't get to sit here and play victim.
And I think we can work out a peace between us and the entire Middle East with President Trump's leadership. And by working together, I think we can establish a very, very broad peace that will include all our neighbors.
Yeah, and Israel won't violate that peace at all because they do not have a history of breaking ceasefires.
Nope.
And again, how do you say it? The terms of that peace, I have a feeling, are going to be heavily written by one side. And
I mean, if you had any balls, you wouldn't have a job afterwards, certainly. But if you had any balls, the interviews, follow-up questions. So now, what are the assurances that the other side will have that Israel won't break that peace the minute it's brokered with everything they have?
You have our word.
Because we also have you also have a history.
You have our word that we won't violate this peace. And then, like, Israel saying, like, oh, we can have a peace. We believe it. You know what? How it's hard to make peace? When you just start fucking bombing people one day out of nowhere. Hey, the United States announces they're close to a peace deal with Iran. I beg to differ. And then you drop a shitload of bombs on them in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night, you go wrecking all our peace. In the middle of the night, you blow off Arab kids' feet. Oh, so yeah, I'm sorry, Don. Benjamin Netanyahu, to put it mildly, so we don't have to spend 30 minutes on this, Benjamin Netanyahu is a dishonest warmonger. Point, period, end of story. Hobo Chili Recipe says Hamas was created by Israel, just like America created ISIS-K or foreign insiders in Afghanistan during the Russian days. Yes, Israel created and funded Hamas so that they would be at odds with the Palestinian Liberation Organization, because the PLO under Yasser Arafat was looked at as a reasonable, respectable, peaceable option. Yasser Arafat was looked at as a partner in peace. Israel funds and creates Hamas. Hamas starts making attacks, and now all of a sudden Netanyahu can go, we have no partner in peace. It's lawless. We have to, they start this thing where attacks will happen. Then Israel will start bombing after those attacks. And they're like, see, we can't have peace yet. We have to first settle this area, and we have to take care of this problem. Then we can have peace.
So what you're telling me, if I'm to believe this to be true, is at the very least, this country knew about this attack and deliberately let it happen so they could reap the after effects. Wow. That's horrible.
I can't remember.
I certainly hope they didn't do that to anyone else.
I can't remember who owned the Twin Towers. Can't recall. All right, so that obviously brings us to Jeffrey Epstein. So we have very little coverage, considering that everyone was talking about this yesterday. Very little mainstream coverage. In fact, if I wanted to find an in-depth clip of the coverage of the Jeffrey Epstein news and the hypocrisy.
Hannity's your man.
Yeah. The hypocrisy of Pam Bondi and Kash Patel, you're going to be surprised who I found doing a deep dive. It was this fella.
Whoa.
Right?
The guy on my right is the one who made him do it, right? Like, he's the one who's like, no, I'm calling in my chip.
I mean, this guy right here calls the shots.
Right. But I'm saying, he has to have earned up some cred, having been his right-hand man for so long. He's got to have like a gimme that he's saved.
I'm going to tell you right now that if Harvey we're not going to play all 9 minutes of this, but if Harvey expresses any skepticism whatsoever of all this, he has my eternal respect. Because I don't think being Harvey Levin, you're supposed to express doubt.
Skepticism.
Right.
Go home, folks. Take your pitchforks. There's nothing to see here.
Okay, right off the bat. Good job, boys. There you go. So right off the bat, they're being shitty about it. And look what Harvey's smirking. He's knows.
Got a nice grin. I don't know. You might be right. Let's see.
Harvey, respect so far, buddy.
Is what the Department of Justice is now saying about the Epstein files.
Holy shit, I just realized they really did Officer Bar Brady all of us. We got fucking Officer Bar Brady'd by the Trump administration. We got chicken fuckered. That's what it is. The whole country got chicken fuckered.
Around the children, we call him the chicken lover.
And the Epstein client list. And what they're saying about Jeffrey Epstein's death in prison. They're saying he was not killed.
Did you hear him laughing before he said it?
Yep.
He goes, they're saying these fucking people. It would be funny if Harvey just loses it and he goes, fucking Jews are lying about this one. You're like, Jesus, Harvey.
Whoa, buddy.
Dude.
Shots fired inside the tent.
He converts to Catholicism on the air. My name is now Harvey Anderson.
They come back from this. There's a bird bath behind him, and a priest is dunking him.
in the name of the Father. No, he's doing it like Mel Gibson's dad is giving him a Latin baptism. Like he's going hardcore.
What they're saying about Jeffrey Epstein's
he comes on TMZ Live. He's like, Vatican II is fucking bullshit. The Pope is vacant currently. The real Pope is a fraud. E tu serec Domine, tunk, Domine es requiem.
Death in prison. They're saying he was not.
And I love that. I have to do that one more time. That little shitty chuckle.
Who's chuckling though? I can't tell. Is it him or Harvey?
I can't tell if it's Harvey. I can't tell if it's Harvey or if it's the black guy.
They're saying he was not killed.
This is, by the way, 11 hours of video of the prison
which they just
showing
released.
that hallway where you would have to walk to get into his cell. And they're saying nobody got in his cell from the time they put him in there to the time they found his body.
Oh, by the way, and I've also heard this, but I haven't watched the whole video, that there was 1 minute of lost video on that door.
Well, I know his cameras in his cell were out for like 10 hours.
Yeah. But these were the cameras outside his cell door, and they're like, see? Nobody went in.
I don't know why they don't have video of the cell itself. You would think they would.
Strange that they wouldn't in front of the cell where he
Whatever.
was. But that's the video they released, and they said there's no client list. Now, that's the one that really, look, the Department of Justice is saying this, and FBI Director Kash Patel said this last month, and people raised an eyebrow like, what do you mean that there's no client list?
Well, it flies in the face of what this is what Pam Bondi said on Fox News back in February.
The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
So have you seen anything that you said, oh my gosh?
Not yet.
Yeah, that guy's like, oh, thanks a lot, bitch.
Way to fucking no-sell that.
But why isn't the mainstream media playing the James O'Keefe clip? I've noticed that. Like
They don't want to support James O'Keefe.
Well, not only that, the James O'Keefe clip, Pam Bondi is clearly saying, I've seen things with children, I've seen videos, they're not playing it.
It's like it was being dangled like raw meat for people to go like, all right, here comes this list, and then they just go, oh, never mind, nothing there.
So what was on her desk?
Right.
What was on her desk?
Fucking respect to Harvey here.
Yeah, he's going whole hog on this one. I'm surprised.
How about TMZ is the only media source I've seen so far that's been outside of Peter Doocy, who we're going to play in a little bit, showing a little bit of skepticism.
She said she had a client.
Was there anything on her desk?
Was there?
Yeah. So listen, this is people on both sides of this who think that there is something or think that there isn't. They're all up in arms and not really knowing what to believe here. Someone who has been following the Epstein case for years very closely.
All right, we'll go from there. ESO with $2 says, how do you like my old boss covering you every night? I think it shows desperation. I think it shows dishonesty. And I think it shows that the fucking wheels are falling off. Anytime someone is dying, they reach out to Steel Toe for a lifeline. We've seen it so many times before. And it always makes me smile behind the scenes. It makes me go, oh, there's trouble in paradise. Things ain't going so well. The money ain't going so well. And we just keep swimming along. I think I've gotten a lot of DMs behind the scenes from your old boss about how grateful he was that I supported him and I got his back during that whole ESO thing. So to see him really need money and have to turn kind of like go, oh no, I'm a Steel Toe critic guy now when I don't ever talk about you, I think shows maybe something that's in his nature, perhaps in his DNA, where he can't help but turn like a snake. So I know, put it this way, I know what it is. I know it's not genuine, and it shows he's in trouble. And I do get a perverse enjoyment out of that. Thank you, ESO, for the $2. All right, let's, okay. I don't want to overload people with the dog shit parts of this.
Right.
So do you want to go Peter Doocy bringing receipts to Pam Levitt about, or Carolyn Levitt about Pam Bondi right now? And then we'll do the Ben Shapiro thing? Or do you want to get really pissed off about the Ben Shapiro thing? I personally, I think we should do Doocy first.
Yeah, go with Doocy.
All right. So we'll get the TMZ skepticism and the Peter Doocy skepticism out of the way. And then we'll
do fucking Ben.
I will tell you the star of the Epstein story today is the gigantic fucking balls possessed by Ben Shapiro, the propagandist in chief, the Baghdad Bob for Benjamin Netanyahu. the Tokyo Rose, the Hanoi Jane of Benjamin Netanyahu, Ben Shapiro. First, kudos to Peter Doocy. So kudos to Harvey Levin, kudos to his black friend at TMZ, and kudos to Peter Doocy. You know, remember, we liked Peter Doocy when he was going back and forth with Jen Psaki and Corinne Jean-Pierre. Now is his time to be consistent and, you know, have sparring matches with the Trump people, and I'm happy to say he did that here.
So the FBI looks at the circumstances surrounding the death of Jeffrey Epstein. According to the report, this systematic review revealed no incriminating client list. So what happened to the Epstein client list that the Attorney General said she had on her desk?
Well, have you guys seen that new shitboat documentary on Netflix?
Stuff's fucking horrible.
Oh my God, could you imagine shitting in a red bag? That'd be weird. By the way, shitting in a red bag and throwing it off the side of a non-working cruise ship is a great metaphor for working in the Trump press secretary office at this time.
Well, I think if you go back and look at what the Attorney General said in that interview, which was on your network on Fox News.
Got the quote.
Go ahead.
John Roberts said, DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen? And she said, it's sitting on my desk right now to review.
That's pretty concise and not really room for.
I mean, to me, that doesn't sound like there's no client list. That's not what it sounds like to me.
Yes, she was saying the entirety of all of the paperwork, all of the paper in relation to Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. That's what the Attorney General was referring to, and I'll let her speak for that. But again, when it comes to...
You can't... I'm sorry, I'm just getting that crazy being gaslit feeling.
Yeah, because you are.
You can't memory hole that James O'Keefe... I'm going to go search for it before we get to Ben Shapiro. It fucking exists, and they're making me feel like I never saw it, but I know I did. They're Mandela affecting me, but it's not real. They're Bernstein Bearsing me, and it's not real. I saw the fucking clip that James O'Keefe posted of Pam Bondi saying she saw videos with little children in them in the Epstein shit. Did I see that, or am I crazy?
I don't know that I've seen that, but you've insisted it so much, I'm starting to think I have. But then I might be again.
You know what?
Getting Mandela affected.
Fuck it. We'll get back to this in a second. I can't. Every time we watch one of these clips, I'm losing my fucking mind. Think it's swearing
Bondi's
to
just
God.
gonna ball wash for Trump. That is literally her job.
Not Project Veritas anymore. It would just be James O'Keefe, Pam Bondi. I've seen this. It exists. I'm not an asshole. Oh, well, I've seen this. It exists.
Disclosed what
multiple things can be true at once
in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. The existence of tens of thousands of videos featuring little children.
Get him, Irishman. Get him.
There are tens of thousands of
By the way, an Irishman got too close to the truth when he was working for Project Veritas. And that dumb motherfucker O'Keefe actually meant what he said and wanted to pursue their actual agenda. And when he got too close to the behind the curtain, they fucking called him a creep and kicked him out of his own company. That's interesting.
Yep.
What Whitey Goy got a little too close to the seeing how the sausage was made.
videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
It's worse than you said.
I saw that. But there's another one where she's like in a bar and she's talking about it. This happened. And they're not playing this. So like when Fox News tells you they're telling you the truth, just because they're not as dirty as CNN or the rest of them, they're not playing.
They're still softballing it.
Right. They're not playing the C-SPAN clips. They're playing the Fox News clips. They're still covering. These people are all fucking in on it. See, this is why I didn't want to do this today. I'm going to go insane.
You're going to go full Sam show.
They're all in on it. Fox News is not the good guy. Fox News is also covering it up. Fox News isn't playing O'Keefe. Fox News isn't playing the C-SPAN clips. Fox News is playing the one clip that actually offers the Trump administration plausible deniability. The one where Pam Bondi goes, it's on my desk. Yes, you could argue she meant not the client list, but all the Epstein files. So the Fox News is actually setting up a softball disguised as a tough question so that the Trump administration can spin it, twist it, and deliver it back. They are the mouthpiece. There are no good. Everybody's infected. This is my doctor. What's his name in The Walking Dead, the first season?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, my Dr. Edmund Tiller or whatever his name is.
You'll remember the actor's name before you remember his name.
Whatever that doctor is who whispers in Rick's ear, everyone's infected. That's what I want to tell you about the media and this Epstein thing. Everyone's infected except the Irishman, except the bold Irishman, James O'Keefe.
Now, this is the first time an official has publicly acknowledged that videos of Epstein and his victims exist. What you may not know is just 9 days prior, the Attorney General had a very similar conversation with a total stranger in a restaurant.
Do you know when the Epstein files are going to get released?
We hope soon. The FBI's been.
Okay.
So,
any dates?
No, you know what it is? There are tens and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. So they have to go through every one.
They're fucking lying to you.
Yeah.
There's no videos, there's no crimes, there's no client list, there's no nothing. You fucking said it, Pam. I wonder, it's actually better that Pam Bondi is Attorney General, because if Matt Gaetz had to do this, I'd be so fucking heartbroken. If they made Matt Gaetz do what they're making Pam Bondi do, it would break my heart that Matt Gaetz was that. Like, people are like, oh, if this was, I've heard people say if Matt Gaetz was in there, he would have done this differently. No, they would have made him.
They would have cowed him too.
Yeah.
And also, why do you think he suddenly didn't make it? I'm guessing they thought he'd be more resistance than was worth it.
That's just it. Like, all the stuff they were talking about, the reasons they weren't going to let him be Attorney General, this is stuff that had been out for years. Like, none of it was new.
We're not talking about any of that anymore either. The stuff just kind of went away.
Right.
In the past, officials have spoken about the, quote, mountain of evidence in the Epstein case, but they've never, previous to that moment, acknowledged on the existence of videos of, quote, little kids. Just a few days later, at 2 p.m. on May 1st, our reporter sent the AG's office the text of the recording. We asked why this detail had not been disclosed to the public, but was instead being told to a random stranger at a restaurant. The Attorney General used almost the exact same language as she did with the stranger in the restaurant, language that we shared with her press office.
Why? See, do you see why I feel like I was being reverse Mandela affected? Nobody's playing this. Nobody's showing this. And I know I've seen it. And I know it matters. And it proves they're lying.
That's why. You just answered your question.
And everybody's fucking okay with it.
I don't know about okay with it, but let's just say everybody that's on that other side of it has been bought and paid for to some degree.
Dude, I only know, I don't know what it's going to take for like people to actually get pissed off enough about this shit where they'll do something about it. But I have a feeling it's something similar to like a hotel balcony.
Yeah, I believe it. His career was on a downturn, so he just was like, you know what? It's not worth it anymore.
Now, I know a lot of you are thinking, Aaron, that's not correct what that man just said. Trevor Moore's career had never been hotter. You're wrong. Just like this doesn't exist.
There are tens and thousands of videos.
Yeah.
And it's all with little kids. There are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn.
Now, we hesitated to publish this story, but believe, like we did yesterday, that the public has a right to know.
How is it like they don't even have to kill guys like that anymore? They can just go out on TV and go, yeah, nothing. There's nothing. And we all go, yeah, that I don't like that. And then we move on to the next thing.
Because we all have cell phones that make pancakes. We've answered this question.
Yeah, everybody has cell phones that make pancakes, and nobody rocks the boat. Fuck, man. It's just, it's like that's why it's partially our fault.
That's why a lot of us were like, "Oh, Trump, like he's gonna fight this stuff after the assassination attempt and everything else." A lot of us were like, "Oh, this is serious. He's really gonna fight this stuff." So yeah, it's very sad to see this not come to fruition.
It's like, this is why Jefferson said the tree of liberty has to be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots every 20 years or whatever. I mean, the problem with the people in charge who get away with this Epstein level shit, and then the people who get away with covering it up, they're in no real danger. And look at how the rules are set up. If you even insinuate that maybe things would change if they were in danger, now you're the bad guy.
Yep.
Now you're the bad guy. The rest of us don't do certain shit because people with guns will come to our house and put us in a cage.
We're in constant danger if we step outside the bounds.
We are in constant danger. But the pedophile cabal that runs the world is in no danger. And if you put them in danger, we will call you names. We will shred you socially. We will destroy you publicly.
And if you pursue it beyond that, believe me, the repercussions get worse too.
You'll become very terrible at balance on hotel balconies. Like growing up, becoming an adult means realizing, holy shit, my entire life I've never lived in a free country.
Like I said, welcome to America Corp, a wholly owned subsidiary.
Being an adult means becoming Nada from They Live. You become Rowdy Roddy Piper. You put on the glasses and you go, fuck. Like, you have two choices. You can get the cell phone that makes pancakes and you can just live, and you can take the glasses off, or you can put the glasses on and you can go, fuck. And it can depress the shit out of you, but you live in a real world and you have clarity. You know, I hate that people use the Matrix metaphor because I think the They Live metaphor is so much more apt.
Yeah, but how many people have seen that movie?
All right, fine. It's mandated viewing in Aaron's America.
All right.
Mommy says, I feel more free in Russia than I did in the U.S. I'm starting to believe it.
That's the funniest thing is you get people from other countries. Like, you get people that are refugees from China and stuff and have become citizens in this country, and they will fight harder for your rights than the people who live here do, because they're like, no, you don't see the slope you're sliding down, apparently.
And it's always it's always funny when the Chinese immigrants come here and tell us we don't recognize the slopes we're on.
Right? I realized that.
The irony of that is remarkable.
Whew. They're all slippery, too.
Mommy also says, watching what kind of shitstorm is happening in the USA is why I'm not going back. Normally, I'd be back in the States by July. Well, what's there to celebrate on the 4th? When a bunch of guys actually stood up and, like, threatened to kill the people who were fucking up their country and, like, took a stand and put their lives on the line? That's what we're celebrating. I mean, what we're celebrating on the 4th of July is that a bunch of relatively wealthy dudes put their lives on the line and threatened the most powerful man in the world. And
their lives, their family, their wealth, everything they had.
Yeah. They had to go into hiding, for fuck's sake. But, you know, hey, did you know Netflix has a new documentary about a leaky shit boat?
Nope.
Check it out. I'm going to watch it.
I know they got s'mores ingredients on sale. Oh, goody, guys.
Oh, 1:55 away from tomorrow or this evening's goal. I want you guys to keep us ahead for a little bit longer. Like I said, I think we're probably going to have to go back to goals tomorrow. I'd like not to. I'd like to stay ahead forever, but I know that's not reasonable. Throw in a couple of bucks. I think at the very least we should be able to knock out tonight. But I did say if we get to 250 away from tomorrow morning, I would do an extra half hour today. So Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Check it out. Leave your thoughts. All right, we got to do this Ben Shapiro thing now, or I'm not going to be able to do it today.
I got you.
I'm really running out of patience with the Epstein stuff. So we got.
I love that his hat and his hair meld together so well you almost can't tell.
You know, like the first 6 months I watched any Ben Shapiro stuff, I could not tell he was wearing a yarmulke.
Right? I couldn't either. It's something I realized a while ago, and I went, oh.
And by the way,
makes sense.
The more pro-Israel than pro-America Ben gets, the more neocon, old-school Fox News his logo gets. Remember when he had that flashy-looking one with the blue and white background and his name written in a cool font? Now, the more he becomes Boomer Ben, he gets more of a Boomer Ben logo.
Makes sense.
I get it. This is Ben Shapiro's take on the Epstein thing. And I cannot reiterate enough how much I hate Ben Shapiro.
We now have the answers. And the problem is this. People who never hedged their bets, people who never at any point suggested to you that they don't have data to back up the speculation, that the speculation was in and of itself the conclusion that if you speculate without evidence, that amounts to an...
I just played the fucking evidence, you Zionist cunt! No, I'm not letting you do this to me. I'm not letting you get inside my head and fuck around. I'm going to yell at you. I'm sorry. I just fucking watched it. Cut it out. Knock that shit off, you smug cunt. We're not doing this today. You don't get to walk around like this is some kind of victory. This is like when the champion in pro wrestling gets himself disqualified so he can walk out with the belt. You escaped. You didn't win. They had you fucking assholes dead to rights, and you fucking maneuvered out of it. We just played the clips. They said there was evidence. Child porn. Videos with little children in them. Pam Bondi said they existed.
Multiple times.
Ghislaine Maxwell in fucking prison because there was a black book and a client list that they wouldn't let us see. And now they're saying it doesn't exist. You're lying, Ben.
The lady in Australia who said she was going to die and then ironically did.
And then died. Well, not ironically. That would be the opposite of irony, which is in itself an irony. It's actually ironic that she didn't die ironically.
Actual conclusion to an investigation, they're going to be very upset today because it turns out that the DOJ and the FBI have concluded that Epstein didn't have a client list and died by suicide. According to a memo...
Oh, thank God, Ben Shapiro. You know, all those times the Biden administration came out with stuff and Ben just accepted it. All that time that Joe Biden, you know, or like when Barack Obama would make a nuclear deal with Iran and Ben just accepted it.
And he wouldn't call it out at all.
Right. Yeah. Believe the state when it's not a Mossad CIA conspiracy. But oh God, this fucking phony.
So should we believe the state on the CIA stuff that, according to you, like who even cares it happened forever ago?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, Ben gets to play this convenient game where if it's the Kennedy assassination and it shows that Mossad and CIA worked together on that deal, then that doesn't count because it was forever ago. Who cares?
Yeah.
But if the Epstein stuff comes out and they say, oh, what client list? Oh, what blackmail? Well, then we just have to accept that and believe it and move on. Okay. By the way, CIA, you know what year the CIA was founded?
What year?
1947. You know what year Israel became a country and the Mossad was created?
No, I'm horrible at history.
In 1948.
Well, ain't that a coinkydink?
One of the world's biggest coincidences. I don't understand it. All right, continue on, Ben. I'm already fucking pissed. I can't wait to move on to something gayer than this. Oh, the Nick Swardson thing. That's really gay.
Oh, yeah, that's remarkably gayer.
Detailing the findings obtained by Axios. Now, again, does this put to bed like all inquiries? Of course not. People can continue to speculate as much as they want. And I think there's still open questions here regarding how did Epstein make his money?
That's it? Of course, that's what he's concerned with.
Consider the source.
I mean, I want to know how he made his money, how much money he had, how was it invested? How would it really? You soulless fucking ghoul. You don't want to know how many children were victimized by this fucking guy and why our government's covering it up? Boy, I tell you what, to live in that right-wing bubble where when anybody with an R next to their name says it and it works out for you, you just get to sleep at night and accept it. That must be fucking great. I mean, you got to sell your soul to do it, but boy, that soul must be heavy and burdensome. Because...
Well, he certainly made a lot for it, I'll give you that.
Right? To be able to just go, oh, the government told me, so, all right, well, that does it for that. Really?
That's a very serious open question. And the speculation for a long time was he made his money from blackmail. But the DOJ and the FBI, again, run by people like Dan Bongino and Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are telling.
Oh, you mean Dan Bongino, who said his number one priority is making sure that Israel is protected? That Dan Bongino? Yeah. No, he's great. Kash Patel has said very similar things. I wonder if Matt Gaetz didn't answer that question right.
I don't.
I'm not telling you. They're telling you. People who are members of the Trump administration, people you elected and put into these positions to get you the truth on this matter, are telling you that he didn't, in fact, he was not murdered. He did not keep a client list. And he did not blackmail powerful figures.
Oh, so shut up. Shut your mouths, you dumb plebs. The person you voted for told you that didn't happen. Well, guess what, Ben? I'm an American, not an Israeli first. And in America, we're pretty used to the people we voted for letting us down and bullshitting us.
Yeah, didn't we vote for these people because the last people lied and let us down and bullshit us? And we didn't vote for these people. We voted for Donald Trump. Those people got put in office. We actually didn't want Pam Bondi. We wanted Matt Gaetz, but other people said that wasn't a thing.
Also, I voted for a guy in 2008, and that guy told me no more wars. That guy told me if I liked my doctor, I could keep it. That guy told me a lot of shit. So he told me he was going to change America. Yeah, Ben, since the first time I was legally able to vote, I've been getting let down. So don't try to pull that fucking manipulative bullshit where you're like, what? The people you voted for told you that this went right. And I don't believe them. I voted for them. I'm not fucking them. So if they tell me some bullshit, dude, fucking Harvey Levin
has more balls than Ben Shapiro.
Harvey Levin is more based on this than Ben Shapiro. Harvey Levin was openly laughing at this.
Okay, right. That is the thing that they are saying, not I. They are saying this.
No, you're just accepting it and parroting it.
Right. You're also pushing it a lot harder. Like, again, like we said, you're being way softer on your criticism of this than anybody else, which also the Harvey thing points to and proves out why this isn't anti-Semitic. It's not because, again, there's even Jewish people that aren't like,
right.
This doesn't make sense. Like
they
to say it's, yeah.
It's never gone to show clearer that this isn't a Jew thing. This is a Zionist thing.
Yep.
This is kind of like when we have to talk about Islam and we're like, it's not all Muslims. It's Muslim terrorists. It's not all Jews. It's Zionist imperialists that are pushing this shit.
If you're willing to throw that over and claim they're lying, then I'd like to see you present your evidence that they are in fact lying, because
I just fucking played it. It's been on C-SPAN. James O'Keefe has covered it. You guys won't fucking play it. It's like, I'd like to see you make a shot that's worth more than 2 points. I'm like, all right, I'll make one from right here. You're not allowed to shoot beyond that line. Well, what? It's the craziest thing. They set the rules up in opposition. Shoot, but don't make it. And meanwhile...
Make it, but don't score.
Yeah.
Score, but don't count it.
Count it, but don't win. Meanwhile, Ben Shapiro is up there laughing his sick fucking ass off.
I know, Dan. I don't think that Dan Bongino is lying to me.
I do. I think Dan Bongino is a bought and paid for Israeli shill. I believe he's their little goy errand boy, Johnny Ola.
I know the Ben Shapiro I've seen on here. I don't believe you're telling me the truth, sir.
Oh, look, his soul is shifting.
I know Kash Patel a little bit. I don't think Kash Patel is lying.
I do.
I don't think these people are lying to me. Which means that if somebody else continues to claim that they're lying, they ought to provide their evidence at this point.
You won't watch it. You won't fucking watch it, Ben. Ben is one of those tragic figures who at the age of 20 developed his life attitude and never changed it. Muhammad Ali once said, if you're the same person at 40 that you were at 20, you've wasted 20 years of your life. Ben Shapiro is currently in the process of wasting 20 years of his life. Because
I'm pretty much the opposite at this point.
Right. I've
better
been
or worse.
I've been more things politically than I can count, to the point where now I'm a mutt. You know?
And now is the point at which the facts on the ground have changed. And so either you ought to shift your opinion based on the facts that have now emerged, or you ought to acknowledge that this was never a fact-based inquiry in the first place.
Oh, those are my only two choices, you manipulative twat. Oh, his poor wife. I just played evidence. Pam Bondi said, she said it openly. There's videos. There's CP. There's all this other stuff. Oh, and by the way, Ben, bigot on socialist media with a great point. Provide evidence. They destroyed it and he knows it.
Yeah.
Chevy fans.
It's almost like the whole thing of showing the evidence to everybody was this big ruse to get it in one place so they could torch it at once. And there was only one group of people in on that. Pam Bondi wasn't. She's like, we've got 10,000 hours of footage. It's all in one locker. And then she got back to work and the thing was in flames. Like, oh, how did that happen?
Right. And what if, to protect you, I burned that letter?
And what if, to protect you, I burned that 10,000 hours of CP?
I won't bury another member of the Epstein family. He's sitting there. Fucking Pam Bondi is sitting at Jeffrey Epstein's grave. I failed you. You trusted me and I failed you. And what if, to spare you pain and a Jewish conspiracy, I burned that client list? Because there was a client list the size of a tangerine. Oh, how'd you get to the truth? We burned Israel down. Oh, shit. Crowder wears panties. Epstein's penis was the size of a tangerine. You did this, sir. You pushed these people and they pushed these people and then they turned to a man they didn't understand. And in fairness, sir, I think it's a man that you don't fully understand either. They fucking, Benjamin Netanyahu walks into Trump's office. They have all the Epstein files there. And he's like, as long as this is in the White House, I won't be. When you leave, type in your name. Fucking hell. I will say this. The Ben Shapiro thing did make me mad. It did not make me surprised.
No.
I'm not surprised that Ben Shapiro is a water-carrying bag of shit on the Epstein issue. Oh, boy. Well, we've got good news is we're 155 away from tonight's goal. Let's move on that a little bit. I love being ahead. I love doing these shows this way. I want to keep doing shows this way. If you're entertained by this is kind of the ultimate, the audience gets to say what they like. Because, like, if you are enjoying these shows more when there's not goal talk every few minutes, fucking keep us on this run we're on. If you miss the goal and you want to bring it back and all that, let's bring it back tomorrow.
Know what to do.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. I'm not going to play any more Epstein shit. I'm fucking done with the Epstein
It's not
stuff.
surprising, and we're not going to change it. Like, I've kind of black-pilled on all this a while ago, so I'm like, we're not, like, as a society, we're not going to, like you said, we're not going to refresh that tree of liberty.
Yeah.
We don't have that world anymore.
God, if we had a pope who called for a crusade, that would pretty much be the only thing that could save us at this point. Like, if the new pope...
we had a pastor who called for a crusade yesterday. But he was a ginger. I don't know if anyone wants to follow that.
We need
guy.
to get a hold of these Christians, and we need to tell them, like, hey, guys, like, fucking around with the gays and the trans, that's small potatoes, guys. Let it go for now, all right? You just need to let this go. It's not like the new pope just goes fucking crazy one day, and he goes, all right, we need to reclaim the Holy Land because it's fucking being torn asunder, and we need to get back to where our Christ was crucified, and we need to retake that land for Christendom. Like, the minute I start hearing the phrase Christendom again, I'll know shit's getting better. I need to start hearing the phrase Christendom, and I need some bearded fuck to yell God wills it.
I was about to say. It's like you need the Pope sitting there like, and we will retake the land for Christendom, and then just a dude next to him, God wills it.
Once I see a guy wearing a Templar's cross on a white tunic, I'll know that we're fucking back, baby.
Seems a bit rich, but okay.
Right? Once I see fucking Brendan Gleeson and I go, give me a war, and he goes, it is what I do, I'm going to know that we're okay. But I will let them know this army cannot move from water. It's important to learn from the past. 383
now we got people who can carry it.
383 Novocaine with $1 says, now we know why there was 50 industrial shredders dropped off at Pam Bondi's office, right? There's no client list anymore. A crusade isn't done a fucking ship. I don't know what that means. Hackamania says we need King Arthur and Excalibur. And we need him to team up with Merlin. Rome was my enemy, never Arthur. You were born from this land. That sword that you wield, forged in the fires of Britain. It was love for your mother that freed that sword, Arthur, not hatred of me. By the way, do you remember who played Merlin in King Arthur?
Yeah, we've talked about this. Stannis Baratheon in Game of Thrones.
Stannis motherfucking the Manus. It's great. It's love of your mother that freed that sword, not hatred of me. He should have played.
They don't look or sound the same at all. It's like when I found out Hugh Grant was in The Gentleman. I'm like, wait a minute, that's Hugh Grant? Fuck.
Stephen Delane is a fucking talented actor, and yes, I know his name.
Not surprised in the slightest. We've had these conversations. It's both intriguing, fascinating, and in some ways sickening how you have all of these names.
Fucking gross. Rational.
I feel like it's shit. What is the Al Bundy family sitcom show down for Married with Children? I feel like you're gonna eventually have like a Married with Children moment where you're on a show and you can recite all these facts, and then there's gonna be like one name you need to remember that'd be really easy, and you just slip it.
Well, it won't be Jefferson's wife, Marcy Darcy, because that was played by Amanda Beers.
Sweet Jesus, man.
And I think Jefferson was played by Ted McGinley.
I have no idea.
Hold on. Who played Jefferson Darcy? Ted McGinley. Holy shit. How did I memory hole that name? And there's obviously Ed O'Neill. David Faustino played the son. Christina Applegate played the daughter. Katie Seagal played the wife. Amanda Beers, Ted McGinley. I think that's the whole cast, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to think, is Amanda Beers like one of the ones that came out as gay early on?
Yeah, she's a lesbian. And Ed O'Neill hated her fucking guts. Ed O'Neill hates her to this day. Like when he's interviewed about her, he's like, yeah, she was a bitch. I fucking hated her. And Amanda Beers is like, Ed was an asshole. Like it's mutual. They hate each other. 100%. Just unleashed Serta and Hella already. Who played Bud? David Faustino played Bud.
We went through this.
Yeah. Bud Bundy was David Faustino. Oh, he says it's not David Faustino. It's Lil D. I apologize. Oh, yeah. I forgot about Steve, played by 09 Canyon says David Garrison was the first husband. Steve Rhodes. Steve only made it like a season, didn't he?
Yeah.
Need Trump becoming a member for 37 months. Says, here's to another month of great shows. Wouldn't be here if it wasn't. Keep up the great work. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. We're 155 away from tonight's goal. Thank you very much. All right, I'm driving myself partially mentally ill with the Epstein stuff. Let's get to the last thing that's going to be clipped from today's show. So we did the creator clash thing. We did the Epstein stuff. Now it's time for Nick Swardson. A lot of people. Oh wait, no, I have one really quick clip before we get to the Nick Swardson thing. It's Nick Fuentes. And I want you to tell me if this is something you hear a straight man say. You want to hear what a fucking puss hound Nick Fuentes is?
Okay.
All right, here you go. By the way, have you ever had an inkling in your life that Nick Fuentes was a closeted homosexual?
Yeah.
Have you ever thought that the right-wing shtick that he does is overcompensating for the fact that he probably likes to plug assholes or thus have his asshole plugged?
I'd certainly believe it.
Okay, well, I have proof that he's totally straight because would a closeted gay man say something as Chad as this?
Trust everybody, trust this. Take it to the bank. I will get up in some gash when I'm ready. And until then,
$15.
Be jealous.
So that heterosexual man who's not gay is he'll get up in some gash when he's ready.
That's someone who's never even seen it in a video.
Right.
I'm sorry. That's
right. Exactly. You know when I'm ready to get in some gash?
When?
Right now. I am like the Massachusetts Minutemen. I am ever ready. When
that phrase fits in more ways than one.
When SP is here, I am at the ready whenever she need be. She did feed me ice cream with hot fudge yesterday. I think that was a sign that she didn't want it.
Right?
You know, she's like, can I bog you down with dairy? I just need to halt your advance. You know, it was like the muddy fields of Kursk during the German advance in the 40s.
I'm really hoping you're lactose intolerant. This will lock down a solid 45 minutes of your life.
I'm not saying I don't want your Panzer thrust, if you catch my drift. I'm just saying I want to muddy the track and buy myself some time. That's all.
The French just need a week to prepare the defenses and they can hold. I swear.
She wanted to hold. She wasn't trying to stop the invasion. She just needed to hold me up at the Thermopylae Pass a little bit. That's all.
Trust everybody, trust this. Take it to the bank. I will get up in some gash when I'm ready. And
that day will come after you're dead.
Be jealous.
Just how retarded are you?
Oh, man. So, I guess gay rumors dispelled, right?
Yeah, dude. I don't know what anyone was thinking. That guy's totally straight.
That can't be a gay guy. Honestly, that has to be the straightest guy. Honky says SP stops you on the Vaginal line. Vaginal line. That's why I go around to Brussels and I sneak in from the back. I launch my blitzkrieg around her right flank. I come up behind her and encircle her army. He's going to get up in some gash, though.
Okay. I don't believe it for a second.
You don't think so? That doesn't sound like a guy. Yeah,
that's just that one. This is just not a phrase that I feel like you would throw out or have that kind of shit-eating grin while you say it. If it was an act that you were going to do.
Well, I mean, if Ben, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this. If Nick Fuentes was a homosexual, why would this be on his YouTube playlist as his favorite video?
And singing about life at the outpost?
Yeah, that's just a bunch of straight dudes talking about crushing pussy.
Right, dude. They work out like that, you know, for the ladies.
Just like Nick Fuentes would. Dead Game says he's an awkward little faggot. That's actually probably one of the most apt comparisons or apt descriptions of Nick Fuentes I've ever heard, quite frankly. Captain Joe, thank you for the $20. Give that man a Hogan.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Chad Buzamok says this was on Aaron's YouTube faved vids. No, I said it was on Nick Fuentes, so it couldn't be me. Can't be both.
It's definitely in the search history.
Sorry, that's the rule. It can't be both. 140 away from tonight. Thank you very much. Keep it going, guys. And if you like Steel Toe being goal-free, then, my friend, you are on the right track. Captain Joe is now tied for first with $50. Adam Simon in third with 48. Sergeant Hulka in fourth with 45. So everyone's right around that $50 mark. Everyone's tied essentially there in the top four here on the toe. Main Vein says, don't lie, Aaron, that came off your playlist. I will not cop to that. I will say that when I started typing it in, YouTube did finish it for me.
That just means it's highly searched.
Yeah, that just means that Nick Fuentes has been cleaning his house and he needed something to listen to. All right. Speaking of gay guys, let's do we've been teasing this for a long time now. Let's talk about the Nick Swardson thing, because you and I know multiple people who have opened for Nick Swardson. So this next clip we're about to play from the Three Guys I've Never Heard Of podcast, this actually puts people we know in the line of fire.
Right.
And the line of rumor and innuendo, if you will. Before we do that, Gray Duckling, thank you for the 5. He says, Aaron strikes me more as a dancing queen type of person. I actually 1,000% despise ABBA. Just want to make that known. Just want to make it known. ABBA makes me fucking sick. 135 away from tomorrow night. Hey, keep going, guy. I like the trend you guys are on right now. I did say if you guys got to 250 for tomorrow morning, that I would go until 11 today. So thank you. So Nick Swardson, we know Corey Adam and we know Chad Zumach.
Yep.
Those two have opened for Nick Swardson. In fact, Corey would probably still be opening for Nick Swardson right now had it not been for those, 2019 allegations?
Yeah.
Just before COVID, Corey got accused of doing some dastardly things with the girls in exchange for stage time. So this is, what do they call this? Unsubstantiated? This rumor I'm about to play? This is a rumor about Nick Swardson. You know, and I'm going to set this up to be as fair to Nick Swardson as possible, because this is going to be a pretty crazy allegation. When comedians pick their opening act, a lot of the times they'll pick someone who isn't that funny, because they'll kind of just sleepwalk through a 30-minute set, and then the audience is really extra happy to see the headliner. And
they get more of a boost when they come on stage. Like, thank Christ, the reason I'm here.
George Carlin, I saw George a couple of times live, 2 or 3, and he always had this guy he brought on the road with him called Dennis Blair. And it must have been a great gig for Dennis Blair. I mean, you get to be Carlin's opening act. You probably make a decent salary. You don't have to do clubs every night. It's got to be nice. You're on the road with one of, if not the greatest comedian who ever lived. And Dennis Blair, I can't tell you one Dennis Blair joke I ever heard.
I've never heard of him.
Yeah.
Oh.
And George Carlin brought him on the road with him for years and years and years. And the reason being, Dennis Blair would do kind of a middling set. Forgettable, not terrible. You know, you don't want the guy to bomb. It's still your show.
Yeah.
But he does okay. And then you get up there and you just feel the energy gets turned up a couple of notches. So Nick Swardson, according to this video we're about to watch, he picks his openers for a very specific reason as well. And it's not necessarily because they're great comics. Are you ready?
Yeah, but before we play it, I will say this from experience. Like, when I see 3 people I don't know, they're like, oh, we're comedians, and we're like, you're in a comedic circle, but they're like gossiping hens. So I always have your salt shaker ready, because you may need a few grains with this one. I don't know.
Chad Buzamok in the chat is going to say that you're sweeping for Corey Adam and Chad Zumach in advance.
No, I actually have personal experience with comedic circles that are so petty and jealous about shit that to get back at some other people, they will start fucking making up shit about you and pursuing you. Because remember what happened right before Corey?
Didn't somebody say you graped or something?
No, not even that. They were saying I was being, what was it? I was being, like, too forward and flirty with the other, like, girl comedians. And one person complained that when she asked, how should I introduce you? I said, oh, well, you could do whatever you want. If you want, you can rip on me. I'll get off on it. And what I said was, to that particular person, I was like, oh, I don't care how you introduce me. If you rip on me for being a handicapped person, I'm a masochist, so it's not a problem. Like, so they like twisted words, and they used the fact that like one person I said that to about opening for me, like, or not opening, but again, at an open mic, I said you could make fun of me. That was pretty much the gist of it. But they turned it into this hand washing stuff because they wanted me. Because, again, this was all Max retribution bullshit. They wanted me to go on air on your show on the radio and apologize to them for the allegations they had made. And it was this whole big, stupid nothing burger. What it equated to is gossiping hens, twisting stories, and making up shit so that way I'll come on here and apologize for nothing. Like, they cornered me at Corey Adams' comedy show before I went up to do... that went back when he had the Sisyphus Brewing thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't even want to talk to you right now. I'm about to go do a set. And again, it was all tied up in that bullshit. And it was all holdover stuff because they assumed I was some sort of plant of yours because I met them after I met you. Like, I met you at a comedy thing that Adrian brought me to. And then you and Adrian were like, here, go to the fucking open mic and do the open mic and get your chops and all that. I started going to the open mic. They assumed, again, all on their fault, they assumed I was a just out of high school kid because I'd walk in with my walker and my fucking parents. So they're like, oh, this guy's parents are fucking bringing him. He's not even in college. And so when I'm like, no, dude, I'm like 32. They're like, wait a minute, what the fuck? And then when they find me, remember when you had your showdown with Max?
Yeah.
That's when they put the link together because I was sitting in the audience and Max walked up to me. He goes, you ready to go up and do your set? I'm like, sure, dude. What part of the rotation am I in? And then he just kind of looked at me funny, like he was expecting me to be like, oh, no, I can't go do a set. You can't offer me 5 minutes in front of an audience. And then when you came in, I literally went, dude, did you get that gay-ass love letter I sent you or what? Because you came walking in with Zach. And because I put a letter in your fucking mailbox at the radio station back then.
Okay.
And anyways, then you had a moment for like 5 seconds where you pulled me aside after the Max Weir's comedy thing. And you're like, this guy's funny and blah, blah, blah. They started thinking I was your brother right then and there. And then they fucking were like, oh, he's a fucking steel toe plant and he's a snake in the grass. And then they all started hating me and fucking I'm a dick because literally I know you. Then things speedballed when you had me on your show and I started filling in for Whiskey Pete and they all lost their shit. If this is annoying,
not annoying. I know that this is coming from a very deep personal place.
Right, but it's boring as shit.
No, it's not that it's boring. I was just going to ask you, like, how, because I just realized, like, how did we get here?
Because we're talking about Corey Adam, and I was saying that when I see 3 dudes that are just, from the comedy circuit that I've never seen, that I don't know, I'm willing to take the story with a grain of salt because they're all gossiping fucking hens.
I thought it was going to get gay because the whole focus of this clip is going to be gayness.
Right. I'm just saying, like, I'm willing to hear this story.
Well, I guess what you're talking about is gay behavior. A little bit.
saying, well, in a way.
I do find it interesting that even when it was local and it was on radio, or if it's on internet, I make all these people so paranoid that they think I'm doing these 4D chess moves and they don't understand like how Don Draper I am about the whole thing where I go, guys,
I don't even think
about you at all. Like they all have these theories like Aaron's doing this, like the radio thing, like Aaron's got Johnny as a plant, like I'm insulted that you think I need Johnny as a plant to handle the pipsqueak that is Max Weir's, which I handled him at his own show so bad that they had to stop him from trying to hit me with a chair because I had humiliated him so badly. And it's like all these other people online. It's like you smoke them by not even talking about them, and then they think there's some kind of paranoid conspiracy about it, like Aaron's using this or that. It's like, bro, I'm sorry. Aaron's not thinking about you. I know you're giving all this energy to Aaron So you think he has to be giving it back to you, because if he's not giving it back to you, you might wander around and think, holy shit, I'm mentally ill for giving Aaron this much energy. I have terrible news for you. It's the latter. You're mentally ill. I'm not thinking about it, buddy.
And the best part about all
and
their
if
made-up
and if I
stories-
need to handle you, I don't need to use an intermediary. All of you have always been this big to me that I'm just on another level from you in ability to do this. That's all. My average numbers are better. My max numbers are better. I mean, you could try restreaming. Maybe it'll help you a little more, but like, I crush all of them. I don't talk about them. They're not on my level. I don't need to use Johnny, whether it's Max or whether it's anybody else.
Right.
I either handle my business or I go, a lion does not concern himself with the opinions of sheep. That's it. So,
well, the fun part for me is it's like in all of these supposed events, I'm like, so you're saying this person couldn't walk away? And then every single thing is like, oh, this story is someone saying this happened. It's like, right, but I've hung out with this person in real life and I've never seen any of that behavior.
well, dude, Max got accused of being a legit
Right.
rapist. Like, legit
So
rapist.
I wonder
to the-
why that's
to
the accusations they went to first. It's what they know.
To the point where he had to move and change his, I believe, change his name.
I do not know.
I know he moved. I think he had to change his name too.
I know all of my accusers suffered stuff of their own where it's like, oh, I see why you were accusing because that was a projection thing.
Oh, they all got accused of being a creepy pants?
No, they all had stuff in their life.
Stuff.
Duke had some issues, and I think his family life fell apart.
I don't know what a Duke is.
Chris Duke. He was the one. He was the vocal one working for. He was the mouthpiece for everything happening. Like he went to Corey Adam to talk to Corey Adam, and he's the one who's like, I've got all these stories. And
again, I'm sitting here in my ivory tower. I don't remember any of these people.
And that's why I'm saying you can't, like, if you get into the weeds of this drama bullshit with these circles,
Right.
like, these cliques have all of this stupid crap. And every single person in these cliques are the kind of people that go on, and I'm one of these people too, before you say, like, before anyone's like, oh, Johnny thinks he's better than, no. I'm saying I'm one of these people too that went on open mics and was a nobody.
No, that's me. I think I'm better than these people. That's the weirdest part is like you tell me these names and these people were so invested, like we were in a feud or we were in a fight of some kind, and then you go, yeah,
You don't even remember him.
It was this guy. I'm like, I don't know that guy's fucking name. Like
Right.
there's another guy for 2 years who like honestly has like a Selena fan level obsession where he thinks we're in a relationship. Never seen the guy, never talked to the guy, never nothing. Thinks we're in like a relationship. And as SP puts it, is like, this guy thinks he's like sitting in the chair of your house watching you. And like he has a right to like just watch you and see what you're doing on a daily basis and live your life with you like a skinwalker. It's like, yeah. And
It's a little weird.
And these people think they're the normal ones. And you just let them think that and just, slowly back away like Bruno Kirby in the Coke deal in Donnie Brasco. All right.
So, yeah, I'm not.
All
I
right,
don't know.
so
I'm
let's
just saying,
move on.
it
All right,
just-
nobody knows what the fuck we're talking about. Let's do the what do you call it? The Nick Swardson thing. So we know. Oh, okay. That's okay. Now I couldn't put a face on him, but I know like his antics. Okay, Chris Duke. I remember it now. But I still don't know like what he did, what he said, anything like that. I can now I can't put a face with it, but I recognize where the name comes from now. Okay. So anyway, this Nick Swardson allegation, we know Corey Adam, we know Chad Zumach. They both opened for
Nick Swardson.
Nick Swardson. These three guys wearing a Frasier shirt on a podcast, which is a reputable news source, had this to say about Nick Swardson.
Anyways, I just heard like I heard this a long time ago, but we were talking about like comics and openers.
Yeah.
Is Nick Swardson would take a really unfunny gay guy on the road and just have sex with him.
Okay.
I don't buy it.
So Nick Swardson.
We got a story from a dude.
You don't think that this guy's like got insider information? You don't think that underdeveloped guy? You don't think that guy who missed puberty? You don't think that he has inside track knowledge to Nick Swardson Turning his opening act into a pincushion after the show every night.
I mean, he came at it as I've heard stories.
Right. Here's what it is. You heard stories about Nick Swardson that you really. I wish people would be more honest about this. I don't mind gossip. I love gossip. I think it's great. But I am fully willing to admit, and you've heard me admit it on this show multiple times, sometimes you hear shit and you believe it for no other reason than you just want it to be true. Yeah. And I'll admit that. Like, I'll say things like, oh, I believe this. Why? I just want it to be accurate. I don't have any evidence that it's real or it happened. So, like, this Nick Swardson thing, this guy wants this to be true. Like, you know who I think of when I start talking this way about people, like when it comes to like drama and shit? I think of Buzamok. Okay. Buzamok is one of those guys that, depending on who he likes more, he'll either take something at face value or he won't because he wants it to be true. And again, I have no problem with that. I actually have more respect for the people who do that and admit it. I have zero respect for people who do it openly, blatantly, and then deny it. It's like, dude, you haven't fooled anyone. We all see what you're doing. It would be very liberating. I always tell people, I go, liberate yourself. Just admit what you're doing and it'll be okay. You can still do it. Like, you can admit that you believe a certain rumor because you want it to be true, and you don't believe another rumor because you don't want it to be true. Nobody's going to stop you or make you not believe that rumor or believe it anymore because you just admit it. In fact, it makes you more honest. It makes you more transparent. I don't believe that Nick Swardson brings acts on the road to fuck him in the ass because I know Corey Adam doesn't fuck in the ass with dudes. He'd give the old Sicilian
I don't know, but I
certainly
didn't get that vibe.
I don't think Chad Zumock is a homosexual man who fucks other dudes. Like, I know there's some guys who are like gay for pay and shit, but for the most part, I don't think a man can have sex with another man consensually unless he wants to. Like, I don't think you can have sex with a dude and be like, I'm not into having sex with dudes.
And not to make fun of either of those people that we just mentioned, but if you're Nick Swardson and those are the dudes you're aiming for.
Yeah, I would hope that Nick Swardson would cornhole better looking guys.
Right.
You know,
like, you've got some power to flex here. Get a better model.
You definitely, though, you tell Corey he has to squeal, though, when you put it in, right? Like, if Nick Swardson was butt fucking Corey Adam, you definitely make him, because he's kind of shorter and stout with a beard. Like, you definitely pull his beard hairs and tell him to squeal.
Do you want him to frickin' handlebar the mustache with the curls in it?
Yeah. You definitely make him a little piggy fuck toy if you're doing it for that reason. But I don't think that he was.
It's just like the least funny comic you could imagine.
Yeah.
Would just open for him.
Yeah.
So the point is, it's not just that creepy men do that to women.
It's my window to do that.
It's also creepy men do it to other men.
Dude, what if I'm just sitting here being quiet because I got fucked in the ass by Swardson 7 years ago?
The fans look it up like, yeah, Scott opened for Swardson for like 5 years.
And at least we know this podcast isn't any good. We're not missing anything.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of times when you hear someone start something with, wouldn't it be funny if, you'd probably win money more often than lose money if you said no before they said it. Wouldn't it be funny if, no, probably
not really.
Like, you know what a really accurate preface with those kind of stories are? Wouldn't it be mildly amusing and pass the time if I told you? That would be accurate.
And again by Lewis.
It's far from jealousy because, like,
whoa,
I'm like, next week I'm gonna be in Utah doing 6 sold-out shows with sports. It's gonna be amazing. So it's just
to be fair, Nick Swardson is as creepy as Chad is, so they deserve each other. Nick Swardson is a creepy, fucking duplicitous motherfucker, like just creepy. And Kevin, Chad will be like, Kevin's jealous of Nick Swardson. Yeah, I want to be a closeted piazza, and I'd be like, hey, I like ladies. We don't even call them ladies anymore. I like the ladies. Nick Swardson used to do a bit where he said, I see these women jogging with their short shorts on, by my neighborhood. I want to go run after them. Like, why?
That's a gay guy thing.
That's
like
want to jog.
That's a gay guy's impression of a straight dude. That's Neil Patrick Harris playing Barney Stinson. Like, hey, do an impression of a guy who doesn't puke when he sees pussy.
We really don't do that.
Yeah.
They get their fucking cooking tips.
We say, go shower, bitch. I ain't eating that thing after you went for a sweaty run. You kidding me?
I'll be waiting here when you get back.
Piazza.
You're in Utah, Salt Lake City next week. I'll be at Wise Guys Comedy Clubs the 14th through the 16th with the great Nick Swardson. Get the tickets. It will sell out. Boom.
Nick Swardson would take a really unfunny gay guy on the road and just have sex with him.
Okay.
Who put this
It's just like the least funny comic you could imagine.
Yeah.
Would just open for him.
Sex with him. Okay.
That was my lost interest who put that together. So has our friend Corey Adam, Ben, fucked in the ass by Nick Swardson?
I'm just gonna go with my gut on no, because again, it's three dudes around a table going, "Oh, I heard a story of people that perform more and are more successful than me. And it turns out that they do this horrible stuff." Okay.
Hulkamasha Baby says with $1 says Aaron's like the Blitz, fast, scary, and over before you know it. I had a kid. $2 from the Grand Poobah says I'm entertained. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Plankton with $1 says Johnny is a plant, in particular an expired green bean. Atomic Ray with $2 says for Johnny's fertilizer toe. What kind of fertilizer? Are you selling fertilizer now?
I don't have fertilizer.
Okay.
I think he's saying that because I'm a plant.
Oh, I see. Chad Buzamok. So Buzamok really wanted to hear Nick fucking Chad.
Okay.
And he writes, we've gone off path in Johnny's rambling. Steer the ship back on course, Imholt. That's what this was. Because I was itching to hear about...
Yeah, you kept pulling at the drama thing. The point I was simply making is that comic circles are gossiping hens. So when I hear a story, I immediately have doubt. I've heard stories.
Mr. Beat says Johnny's going to kill Digger and dismember her body. I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible. Well, I mean,
like, you can walk away from me. That's where the whole, anyone's like, oh, dude, what? It's not like I'm going to corner you. I move at the speed of smell. I don't have the use of my legs. I'm easily tipped over. I am not threatening to small children. So I don't know how anyone could be like, oh,
you could sneak up.
Dude.
You could sneak up on a bitch while she's sleeping because you don't sleep very much. Don't defend yourself from accusations that you're going to murder and dismember Digger by, I could never do it. We're operating on the assumption that you're capable if you really wanted to.
No, I'm just saying in general, you can get away from me. I'm not physically. I don't guess. She's in Canada.
These are not good defenses of Johnny's going to kill and dismember Digger.
I don't do that to people.
Okay, see now that would be a better defense of yourself. Rather than, the logistics don't work out. You're not denying the desire to do said act. You're denying that the logistics exist to make it possible.
Because the people that are accusing me of said act aren't going to accept I have no desire for that. Like, sure.
And I'm not accepting your logistics argument because where there's a will, there's a way. You need to dispel the will, not the way.
You do realize I'm defeated by gravity and stairs.
Don't give me a logistics argument. Do you want to dismember Digger?
No.
Okay.
Again, I told you no before, but we're still on the same line.
Right. But you were saying it's because you don't move well or that. Don't give me a method. Deny the madness.
But that doesn't work because we're still, again, how many times do I need to deny the madness?
Okay, ask me if I could kill SP now and tell me, or ask me if I want to kill SP, and then you tell me if this answer strikes you as weird. Go ahead.
Do you want to kill SP?
She's way back at home right now. Did I
That's
answer
not
your
the same
question?
comparison.
It is. I didn't answer your question. I told you why I can't kill her.
You said
Not that I
someone
don't want
said
to.
I wanted to do that, and
Right.
I was simply saying those people don't accept that answer of, oh, I don't have that desire, so I didn't approach it from
You
that
didn't
way.
dispel the want. You dispelled the idea that you had the ability.
After you repeatedly pushed me, I also dispelled the want, and we're still fucking here.
So you do not want to dismember.
No.
Good. I'm glad we got that all set. And I don't want to kill SP. I do reserve the right to change my mind. What? That is called funny content. That is called content that entertains your audience at the expense of yourself. I've been doing it for almost 20 years. Sometimes you're the dick. Sometimes you're the asshole.
So now we're trans. Great.
You have to be in this business. You have to be. You have to be. Yankee says, hey, Johnny, do you want to borrow my Sawzall? See, now you've clearly showed that this line of attack bothers you. There's going to be a lot of it. I say you guys should have to pay for it, though. Any Johnny dismembering digger content today has to be coupled with
See,
money.
that's the misrepresentation. It's not the line of attack that bothers me. It's, again, like, these same people aren't going to I've been dealing with this with the fucking meat market and everything else. You can't just go, no, it's not a thing. That's not a thing. I don't have those desires, whatever. It doesn't go anywhere that way. It doesn't ever go anywhere.
Right.
And again, we're still on it.
You don't. Well, no, I clearly said you don't want to kill anyone.
Yeah. Well, maybe one person.
But I think you would if I think you would if you could. No, I'm just kidding. Chad Buzamak says, Johnny actually mad? Your ramblings took us off course. Aaron had to correct course. That's the rumor.
Not actually mad. I'm annoyed. There's a difference.
Approachable says, Johnny, so you're going to dismember her with an axe? You could use it as a cane and use gravity to bring it down on her.
Nope. You have no idea how easily I fall. Go back to last week or the week before where I dropped water and how it devastated me. Again, I mean, this is the other thing too. My the level of how much I'm a pussy is readily available, documented in I wouldn't say film, but, video.
Sam Show says, reminder, you had to force the Meat Emporium joke onto Johnny. He fucking hates it. I think Johnny plays the meat joke off very well. Especially since it's not a joke and he sells ostrich.
No, I don't.
Yeah. Rebecca,
Aaron didn't. That's not true. Aaron didn't force the Meat Emporium joke on me. My chat did, and Aaron joined in. That's totally different.
Exactly.
I don't like that either, where people are. That's one that annoys me too. Where Aaron did this, Aaron did that. No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Yeah, I'm a come lately on Johnny. I mean, Johnny.
I love
Johnny
when people
come lately.
tell me what Aaron does to me, and I'm like, that's not accurate. And they go, you're covering for Aaron. Like, right? I have no memory of what happened to me.
Thank you very much to Rebecca for the $5. We appreciate it. Hey, boys and girls, you guys are only 125 away from tonight's goal and keeping us ahead. We did say if they get to 250 today, that I would go till 11. If they got to 250 into tomorrow morning's goal, I would go until 11 o'clock. That is a fact. Mr. Me with $5 says, Johnny, you don't have to K her. You can just bite her and give her MS. Oh, that's true. It is.
I don't think it's transmissible that way.
If you get that MS saliva on you, it turns you. Joe Smash, becoming a member for 36 months, says it's only gay if you push back. Well, that's all the research I need done on the issue. That's it. So, no, I'm gonna say this. I don't think Nick Swardson has fucked Chad Zumock or Corey Adam in the asshole.
No. I'm also not saying I wouldn't say he's probably not done that to other comedians. I don't have any evidence either way.
Oh, I'm not even saying that Chad Zumock hasn't asked. I'm just saying that Nick Swardson hasn't done it. That's all.
I certainly hope so.
Yeah. Let's hope that he has some taste in gay lovers. Let's go ahead and open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. And while I do, let's talk about All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, if you go in the ditch, you get in an accident. Man, if you just need a number at the ready for whenever you have some kind of unexpected emergency with your vehicle, there's nobody faster than All Care Towing. Again, 320-253-5203 for Tim and my friends, my pals at All Care Towing. Make sure you check out All Care Towing whenever you need that kind of assistance. And then, of course, we have Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Midland Armory has the whole suppressor system, the suppressor process from start to finish. Derek and Tracy can handle that for you at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. midlandarmory.com. Go there today, check out their inventory, see what you can order online, or visit them in store if you have any questions. Derek and Tracy are very knowledgeable. See them at your local gun shows. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Stoney's is hosting the Steel Toe 11th anniversary party. Get your ass to Eventbrite and order those tickets. We are in what is known when you book live comedy events and tournaments as the lull period. We had our big rush up front. We sold out about half of everything, and now we're in our lull period, and then the other half usually sells the final week. But you know what I'd like to see? An active lull period. So Saturday, July 26th, Stoney's Bar, cornhole tournament, $300 winner take all prizes. You've got the comedy show with Gino and Keanu and Johnny and myself. And then you've got karaoke afterwards. It's an all-day party starting at 2 p.m. Then on Sunday, you've got the golf tournament with the first tee time at 8 a.m. You can reserve your spot right now at eventbrite.com, or you can sponsor a hole for $150. You get your signage out there, a representative at the hole, and 2 free entries into the tournament. Then we're going to put up the tickets for special foursomes with myself, Gino, Keanu, and I believe Matt and Grinch Girl are going to take a cart as well. So, therefore, the golf tournament is shaping up to be a lot of fun. Right now, based on the participants we have prizes of $500 for first, $300 for second, and $100 for third. As we get more entrants into the tournament, those prizes grow. We're going to spend every dime of what we take in this tournament. So, 5, 3, and 1 right now for the top 3 spots. $60 to enter. It's going to be at Wapakata Golf Club in Sauk Rapids, Sunday, July 27th. Get your tickets at eventbrite.com today and join us at Stoney's on Saturday and Wapakata on Sunday. King Kong Dong with $1 says, I take full responsibility for Johnny's exotic meat market. Ostrich eggs will be available next week.
Again, no,
Texas
they won't.
floods
They're not a
delayed
thing.
production. Plankton with
They're not a
$1
thing.
says, Johnny doesn't like running jokes because they can run and he cannot. Get it? He's almost dead. Jesus.
No, it's more the legs don't work. Again, I love the misconceptions here.
Chad Buzamok says, get that dullard Matt back on the show for a guest appearance one day. I miss my favorite dullard. I just golfed with Matt on the morning of July 4th. I was such a fucking golf whore this weekend that I got up before the kids did. I went and caught a quick tea time and got back before lunch.
Nice.
Matt and I got up nice and early, and we went golfing at 7 in the morning on the 4th. You know what the cool thing about territory was?
What's that?
It was they had American flags in the holes.
Oh,
the flags were
cool.
American flags. I thought that was
just walked on.
Yeah,
Nobody there.
what I'm trying to say is it doesn't take much from me. Doesn't take much. All right, you guys are hold on a minute. Walter with $10 says Digger is a Canadian treasure. Keep her safe. Well, just look, man, the rumor game gets crazy sometimes. I don't know what to believe and what not to believe.
I'm AI, so it doesn't matter.
What I do know is that we are 110 away from tonight's goal. And if you guys get to 250 away from tomorrow morning, we're going to do an extra hour today. So thank you. so much. Speaking of the Texas flooding, it looks like the scammers have already gotten their hooks in to the Texas flooding stuff.
How so? Like they're calling people for donations and they're not really going to.
It's worse than that. They're targeting victims of the flooding and missing persons hotlines. Like they're really like going completely lack of dignity.
Just to get money out of people?
That's why they do it. 75 deaths have been confirmed in Kerr. Holy shit. Oh my God. So we got 75 confirmed deaths in Kerr County, including 27 children with 10 campers and 1 counselor from Camp Mystic still missing. That's fucking terrible. What's going on there? When I heard that it could be cloud seeding, I had to look that one up because I'm like, oh no, don't let it wasn't the cloud seeding. They were running cloud seeding in that area up until like the 2nd, but that's not what caused the.
But how long does that stuff take effect? The big question is too. They were running cloud seeding in another area the week before, so there's a lot of. We don't know if it had an effect or not, but they're timeline-wise, they claim it wasn't a factor.
Yeah, I think the last cloud seeding they did was July 2nd, and I think the storm started July 4th. So, yeah, depending on how long that stuff takes to move and
effect and everything else.
I really hope it wasn't that. Well,
I don't think it was, but I wouldn't be surprised if it like certainly didn't help. Like if somehow it helped stall the storm more because you forced these other storms to happen. Like if you had just waited, the storm that naturally happens on its own would have blown through town. But because you seeded in a couple areas, that somehow slowed it down with the humidity moving around. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It's
you certainly can't blame it on the seeding specifically.
You can't. We don't have enough evidence to blame it on the seeding.
It's conspiracy theory to blame it at best right now.
Part of me would kind of want it to be the cloud seeding because maybe that would cause us to like, hit the brakes on the cloud.
Stop fucking with things?
Yeah, stop fucking with cloud seeding, but I also don't want this to be a man-made thing that killed a shitload.
Well, this is the thing I was saying to someone else. The reason why I don't want it to be cloud seeding, because if you tell me that this was cloud seeding, I can immediately picture fucking people in clandestine meetings in, let's say, defense contract buildings going, how can we use this to our advantage? Like, how can we start using cloud seeding as a more like low impact, low cost, high yield form of warfare for wiping out groups and people we don't agree with?
Wow.
Hell, it'll even get this, just literally wipe the slate clean, and there we go. Are they near a river? I heard this army can't operate away from a river.
By the way, people are, here's a text coming in. All this is lies. Johnny did not get hurt by water. He fucking carries water for this show 8 hours a week. I like that.
That's why my back is sore.
What was the last girlfriend of Corey Adam you can remember? Oh, now we're going that way, huh?
I've seen him bring plenty of ladies to the comedy shows. I wouldn't say they are girlfriends. I don't know if they're anything more than friends, but I'll say this. I've seen him hanging out with women.
Let me put it this way. I've seen Corey Adam with as many girlfriends as I've seen him get fucked in the ass by Nick Swardson. 0. So one does not make the other one true. All right, let's go to the Kerr County scammer. This is, all of these people deserve the death penalty. 100%.
On the first question, with missing persons, so obviously we have the knowns, the Camp Mystic kids, which is the numbers coming down as the sheriff has stated, and then we have the unknowns, but we don't know what we don't know. We actually have a 5 hotline line. It fluctuates between 3 and 5, but we're working on it. We get calls 24 hours, 7 days a week. We haven't hit the weeks yet, but we're still taking in calls. We are collecting all that information. So we don't have a solid number that we're willing to talk about right now. We do know that it is a lot because we also are getting a lot of fake calls. You're looking. This is a worldwide discussion, and we're dealing with scammers. Victims' families are being reached out to saying that they have their kids pay me money.
Oh my fucking yeah! Kill those people. So you have dead kids, and people are calling you saying, "I have your kid. We found them. We rescued them, and you need to give us money, or we won't give them back." Like, find those people, and just Nick Swardson them to death.
It's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heartbreaking. We're dealing with, with mental health issues where people are calling saying they have visions. All of these things we're dealing with on a day-to-day basis, and we're having to vet this information, and it becomes very...
That's the other thing, is that shit bogs down all the recovery, because even if you think it's horse shit, you have to look into it.
Right.
Because there are instances where people come up with crazy shit and it ends up being true. So you have to look at, so even though you know someone's trying to scam somebody, you've got to look into it, and that bogs down the whole concept of helping other people that need it.
Taxing on our people. Again, this is an extremely heartbreaking, this is, if not the worst, one of the worst, disasters in this region in a very, very long time, even beyond 1987. And but we're
best estimate, like dozens or hundreds, or just to give people an idea?
A lot.
Well, yeah, I mean, hey, I know you're in the middle of a really intense recovery effort, and I know you're trying to just get your bearings from this giant storm, but do you think you could give us a specific number so that we know kind of the general? It's like, how much of a douche do you have to be to think you're that important? That it's like, hey, here's a big problem with this storm right now. We in the media don't have like a really specific number we could go on. It's like, bro, read the room. Read the room. So what do you think the number is? Right now, I would say metric shit ton. That's the best I can do. Are you sure? Because, we're the media, and we would really like you to stop what you're doing and give us specifics. Chad Buzamok says, I know we were trying to get back to Nick Swardson fucking Chad and Corey Adam, but we did just kind of run over the fact that Johnny said they accused him of one thing and then long-winded explained pretty much that thing.
No. I was saying they were taking stories of interacting with me and twisting them. And they wanted me to admit that their versions of stories were what happened when one event didn't happen, and one of them was an opener taking what I said and twisting it into her version of events.
I will tell you this.
The point is, it's stupid drama.
I will tell you this. I think this all could have been, I don't think what they accused you of or what you did is the worst thing in this story. I think the worst thing is that they allowed a woman to host a show.
It was an open mic. That's the other point that people are missing. People are making this drama about this person. It's an open mic. Aaron sent a plant in here, so we have to attack him at an open mic. That's
the most insulting thing to me, is that these people think that I would give a fuck about a St. Cloud, Minnesota open mic and send a guy to talk to a bunch of people I've never heard of and never met.
Right. And again, they wanted me to do shit publicly on your show on air to make you look bad because you brought me on your show. And then again, all of it being about open mic stuff that didn't happen.
It's like you.
And if it did happen, it's literally this guy said stuff and you didn't like it. Oh, but by the way, you could also just turn and walk from this guy that we're talking about.
Yeah.
But he said something and you didn't like it. So apologize on air.
This is why I kind of, I come out on top on all these little internet battles too, is because I've done this a lot. And I've learned historically that if you let these people live in their misery, they'll drown in it. And not only that, these people think you think about them a lot more than you do. And usually it's not at all. And that in and of itself is something that will make them crazy and destroy them from within. Like, it's, again, not tough. Not difficult.
Because that's what happened to all people. And that's, again, what I'm saying happened to people involved. The only fact is I remembered it because we brought up, again, 3 people I don't know going, I heard a story. And so this is the...
Well, there you go, guys. Now you got Johnny's full story, and now we can move on from it a second time. King Kong Dong with $1 says, I love Corey. He got out of his car on Division Highway 15 to slap me in my car before the light turned green for being an Eagles fan. Only a good friend does that. What a guy. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, I wanted to hear the rest of Johnny's story. Oh, God.
It was up. That was it.
Don't. Just stop. We're like $100 away from staying ahead for the week. and I can't tell you how much I love being ahead. Don't bog me down, numero uno. Don't you dare bog me down, you bogging down son of a bitch. All right, let's continue on. Did you know Philly smells like even more of a fucking trash heap than it typically does?
Yeah.
So the Philadelphia municipal workers, they're on strike. The blue collar workers union went on strike, and now nobody's picking up garbage.
Right.
In Philadelphia. So it's hot. It's like the heat index is 91 in Philly right now. So you have garbage piling up, and then you have that garbage gathering in piles, which makes it hotter, which gives off more of a stench. And then you have a 91-degree heat beating down on top of all of that garbage juice. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we're dealing with in Philadelphia right now. Let me give you guys a visual. Let me show you what we're dealing with in old Philly. I mean, the only saving grace from all this is that if Philly starts to smell like rotting hot garbage, how are you going to tell? And if it does start smelling like rotten hot garbage, at least the smell will match the aesthetic when it comes to Philly. But this is what they're dealing with as the blue collar workers union went on strike. Oh, now that's a shitty move. That right there is a fucking lazy dickhead move. You threw the garbage bag at the dumpster. You didn't throw it in the dumpster. And when it lackadaisically hit the wall and bounced back, you just left it there. That's one thing I hate about humanity, is that when you really need them to step up, very rarely do they. Usually they'll do the bare minimum. Like in this case, hey guys, all the garbage picker up guys are out. Can we do everything we can to keep this as nice?
Keep it in one manageable pile, please?
Yeah, let's keep this as nice and orderly as possible. And they're like, they just chuck a bag of shit at the dumpster and go, hey, close enough. Just assholes. Look at that. That's sitting in 90-degree heat. All of it. All the juice, all the leftover food, all of the expired liquids and sauces and mayonnaise, all of it. Hot sun, beaten down, burning my food just a sitting around. This is all just sitting there for and like for a week now.
Mm-hmm.
Just bacon under the sun. There's probably bacon in there too.
Definitely there's bacon grease.
Dude, there's old bacon grease in there.
Baby diapers.
Baby diapers, old soup.
Cat litter boxes, innards, if nothing else.
Oh, raw chicken, raw meat.
Oh.
Like when you slice it up and you got those little end pieces or whatever, the fat pieces.
Fat and grizzle off of steaks and shit. Oh,
old
boy.
Chicken fat. Roasting.
Oh, dude, you want to make... I just finished my coffee. It's going to make a return.
Get ready.
What is this? What is going on? Like,
well, you should be used to it. I mean, remember where you came from?
Fucking Jesus Christ. I don't know what's a bigger travesty, the trash problem or that shirt.
If we, look, if we can't deport you back home, we'll bring home back to you. That's Philly's motto. Remember Honduras, honey?
Philly, please speak to me. What is going on?
Pay these people what they worth. I mean, they're not worth these pennies y'all paying them. That's my views on the strike.
Street corner preacher with an angry face.
So I have a question. Do you let your dog pee on the pile of garbage, or do you feel like that's insensitive to your dog?
I mean, to me, I would be part of the citizenry that tried to keep it as clean as possible. And I know that's a losing battle, and I know that it's going to be nasty and gross and disgusting, but I'm going to do whatever little tiny thing I can do to not contribute to the hot garbage issue. City's largest blue-collar union went on strike, impacting services across the city. There was that shootout in Philadelphia where 140 shots were fired. There's video of it all over. We played it last night on the show. And they had to bring in people from out of the area because the ballistics people were on strike, and they had to pick up and catalog and mark all 140 shell casings.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
This city is very proud to be blue collar and hardworking and trade and all that type of pro-union. So the people of Philadelphia, if it sucks that this is what we have to do, but if this is how we got to support, us, this is, what we got to do.
No better way to show how valuable you are as a blue-collar worker than to let garbage juice pile up and get hot.
We're pro-union, and it sucks that this is what we got to do. Yeah, have you ever considered how one thing may be inadvertently a problem with the other? Just out of curiosity.
Why don't we burn?
I don't know.
No, I mean as a humanity, I was asking. No.
Oh, we already are.
No, why don't they burn the garbage?
I think really the biggest problem right now is there's just literally nobody to pick it up off the street corners.
Put it in a barrel, set it on fire. It would stink for
Hobo fire this shit. Yeah, that would be great.
It would stink for a while, but like it wouldn't be sitting there like getting nastier.
God, dude, no.
Why not?
Yeah, that'll smell awesome.
For a little bit, yeah, it'll suck. But like,
dude, how much do you like it when wildfires affect your air quality? If we start burning these trash piles on every street, and there's going to be some awfully bad air quality in the Philadelphia area for a while.
And that'll change things how?
I mean, I don't live there, so I'm not super invested, but I just, as a human being with empathy, I'm like, no, let's not do that. That'd be gross and horrible and wrong.
Human being with empathy. $1 from numero uno says, Johnny rules. We need more Johnny, less Aaron. Well, it's going to be Johnny.
That's why I do my own show.
Johnny Story Hour at 1 o'clock.
And I'm sure everybody will come, harangue me about all that. So we'll have fun.
By the way, somebody wrote in, nice throw, dickhead. Thank you very much to Dr. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says, you don't want to contribute to the hot garbage issue. You're logging off. Fucking guy. Thank you very much. Hey, 105 away from tonight's goal. If you get us to 250 away from tomorrow morning, I am going to go till 11 o'clock for you today. So thank you very much. If you want to contribute, Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Cool thing, I say just, I'm happy if you get us ahead for tonight. I'm not ready to go back to goals yet. So I think it would be lovely if we could get tonight knocked out today in the next hour and 20 minutes, because these shows are cruising. They are going quick. We are having fun. Let's keep it this way. If you like it the way we've been doing it, consider throwing in a couple of bucks today. We appreciate it. We have more scenes from around Philadelphia during the strike. This is in Kensington.
Dear Lord.
This is Kensington. Kensington was already filled with rotting garbage. It's called the People. And if you went through Kensington, like garbage piling up was already an issue. Now let's see what
there's human garbage piling up.
Yeah, let's see what Kensington is like without the city workers.
It's a damn shame, man. Look at this. Look at this.
Oh, my God.
Oh, dear Lord.
Oh, my God. Do you know how many dead homeless people are buried in there?
Oh.
By God, there's people in there. There's people in that garbage. I'm sorry. There's people in there. Yeah, imagine that. Like, there's got to be a couple homeless dead people in there under that garbage. So now you've got garbage juice, sauces,
You
food.
got decaying body smell, and you can't tell if it's coming from somebody's, fucking 4th of July cookout or fucking Pete that used to stand on the corner.
A dead meth head. Oh, my God. You can literally smell the trash from blocks away. Well, I mean, that's not uncommon.
And if you burn it, you'll be able to smell it for miles.
I get that, but like, isn't that a temporary smell versus this is just omnipresent?
No, not especially in a place with like brick buildings. That stuff will sink in.
Oh, really? Fuck.
Yeah.
All right. Well, my idea is terrible. Then why did they build the Twins Stadium next to a garbage incinerator? It's got to smell like shit sometimes.
Yeah.
Ugh. You can literally.
Dude, I went to school in a small town with a fucking cheese factory, and every once in a while the fucking river would smell like hot garbage. And because of that, like the building that was by the river that the wind blew onto it, if you were close to the building for like a week after, that kind of smelled like hot garbage.
You literally grew up in Freddie Got Fingered. Remember he got a job at the cheese sandwich factory?
Oh, God. No, it was a Land O'Lakes cheese plant. But yeah, my mom worked there. So, I mean, kind of.
Yeah, at the factory. Delco Lou with $2 says there's 2 Super Bowl titles in that trash pile. All right, fuck off. You can literally smell the trash from blocks away. Yeah, that's normal in Philly. Oh, my God, though. That is...
Oh, dear Lord.
Dude,
it's taking over the street.
Yeah.
It's literally becoming the road.
This is a collapsed homeless guy's house. There's definitely a body, at least one body under that. That looks like a 2-bedroom.
Just look for the softest cardboard. It'll lead the way.
Right. Every mile that this trash extends is another $25,000 a year the city workers can ask for in their negotiations. Like how much? Like of all the people, this is kind of like a Fight Club thing, where like you learn not to fuck with the people who handle your day to day.
Right, because your day to day gets awfully fucked up really quick if they don't do their job.
Right. Oh my God! It doesn't stop.
Guys, I've got my B-roll for the zombie movie.
Right.
Holy shit, that's my chair.
I know that. I was just thinking the same thing. I'm like, where have I seen that chair? There it is, right there.
Dude, that is this chair without the pillows on it.
Is it the same brand?
It's the same exact chair. Is that GTR Racing? No, it's the same idea, though.
No, it's not quite your chair. I'm sorry.
It's pretty damn close.
Box springs, mattresses. You know, if these homeless people didn't throw out so many things used for sitting and lying down, they might have somewhere to sleep.
I'm telling you guys, you can barely breathe. You can barely breathe.
Why is Floyd Mayweather riding a bike in Philly? I don't understand. Like, he's a multi-millionaire. He's a 100 millionaire.
This is now the time to wear. I hate to say this. You need to be wearing masks in Philly, but they need to be stuffed with dryer sheets, and that's the only way you're making it through town.
Yeah, I mean, you almost have to bring back the mask. These people are gonna get sick. Like, you can't just inhale garbage fumes all day and not get sick.
No, those are active pools of bacteria just fucking breaking down shit.
Right.
You might as well just live in a septic tank.
This is truly insane.
I don't think he's acting either.
No, I don't.
Homeless people going through it, trying to get anything they can salvage out of it.
Oh, God. So then you have the homeless people.
They're ripping open the bags.
So the homeless people are tearing open the dirty trash bags, like releasing whatever scent is in there so they can look for like old food and shit and eat. Oh, my God.
And don't worry, it's only been cooking under the midday sun for a few hours in that black bag. I'm sure we're good.
Garbage begets garbage, or as Doyle would say.
Well, I can't understand none of it. This one
And
begat
I'm sure they
that
wash
one,
their
that one
hands
begat
after,
this
too.
one, and begat, and lo and behold, someone says some shit to someone or another. Just how retarded are you?
You couldn't hear that drop?
No, I heard it. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I didn't realize how it kept going.
Yeah. Oh, no, I played the long one. I do have this one.
Just how retarded are you?
Yeah.
The trash.
Jesus. Yeah, the homeless are calling this a shopping spree.
And the best part is when they're done rifling through the garbage, they put it back neatly inside the bin.
Yeah, you don't see any of these torn open garbage bags pouring out all over the sidewalk here. So this is Philly right now, today. Yeah, look at that. They tear open the garbage bags and everything just spills out.
How much do you love it if you're one of these businesses next to this stuff?
Oh, right. Or anybody. It's just anybody next to this shit.
Thank God these people don't pay taxes.
Wally World with $5 says, here in Philly, we don't care about the garbage because it's Hoagie Fest at Wawa. Hey, he's taking annoyed Wawa supervisor's bit.
What's up?
What the hell is going on here? Hey, guys, we're an even hundo away from tonight's goal. Thank you guys very much. Keep it moving. Let's get it all hammered out. Call it a win for the toe. And then we stay ahead. It keeps working. We're not done either. We got more. I got more Philly footage for you if you want it.
Okay.
Philly. So now this was July 3rd. So that was day 3 of the trash piling up. So July 1st, they went on strike. Do we have any update yet this morning? Negotiations expected to resume on Tuesday as strike. Oh, my God. So this is still continuing.
Day 8.
Holy shit. So this was July 3rd. This is how bad it was piling up. At what point, I was going to say, can't you contract with somebody else? But if they're union, they're not going to cross the picket line. They're not going to come in and there aren't any garbage guys who aren't union. So the almighty.
Well, thank God all those garbage guys are independent contractors. They get to negotiate their own fee to get paid what they're. Oh, wait, what?
Yeah. The almighty says he's pretty sure he can get me out of this, but he's pretty sure you're fucked.
You're fucked.
This is day 3. Trash drop-off sites in Philly. Dude, it looks like fucking Haiti. Honestly, this looks like Angola or Haiti. Or Zimbabwe.
Strong. Because these beds not light.
I saw some people dropping it off at those temporary sites. You know, just your average person, like, who has to take the trash out. They could not get it listed.
So they just take it to a different place to dump it.
Right.
Like, it's not like they're not processing it. They're not getting it taken care of. They're not treating it. They're just dumping it somewhere else, so hopefully you can't smell it.
Kind of.
Thank you, guys.
Day 3. Again, this is 5 days ago.
I'm sure it's gotten way better now with absolutely no help.
Whatever helps.
You know, there's very rare times where I'm kind of glad I get taxed out the ass.
Oh, boy. I mean, they're entering negotiations again today, and if I'm in negotiations and I'm the garbage people, I'm sitting back going, yeah, I ain't budging.
Just fucking walk around in Philly. Good luck.
Exactly. Did you hear all those 40 bottles when he threw the bag? Says Chips and Diff. Chevrolet JB says, so glad I live someplace where we can just burn garbage. I'm telling you, some of you keep saying that that's a terrible idea. I think they should burn the garbage.
Not in a city, man.
Drive it out. Set those things on fire.
Just took my antidepressant. I really hope it doesn't come back now.
Mad Move says, I burn all my trash. Brian says rat populations are going to explode. Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. You're going to have rats. You know those, like the immigrants in New York when they put those rats on a spit and they're like the size of cats.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus. 4th of July. You want to see how they spent the 4th of July in Philly?
Yeah. What did they? Oh. So this was 4 days ago?
This was 4 days ago.
Oh.
And the
when do we
workers-
start seeing the walkers? That's my question.
I mean, in Kensington, it already happened.
Fuck.
Although I wouldn't call it walking. It's more like shambling.
It's true to form, then. Dude, what's with the giant pile of pallets? I don't think that's... Where are you guys getting those?
You can use
those
that-
normally don't get thrown out with the trash.
You can use that as the kindling for the fire you're about to start. So that's, if you wanted to know what was going on in Philly, we're there. Philadelphia is now officially the trashiest city, literally and figuratively, in the United States. Approachable says, holy shit, did you hear it right before you got to the stop sign? There was a smoke detector chirp. No. I missed a chirp. Hold on a second. Let's see. Let's go back to
this. I heard no chirp.
Let's go back to the last one. We'll see if we got a chirp. Even Hundo away from tonight's goal. Keep us ahead. I'm not ready to end our goal vacation yet. So one more. Let's drop in $100 altogether. And I did say if we got to 250 away from tomorrow morning's goal, I would do an extra half hour today. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you, guys. So right before the stop sign, there was a smoke detector chirp. We'll just play this whole 30-second thing. I think you heard birds. And not only that, sometimes birds mock their surroundings. So what if the birds start in black communities across the country, just start making chirping noises, like smoke detector noises? That'd be wild. Yeah, I'm pretty sure those are birds. Oh my. Did you hear it?
No, I don't think I did.
All right, one more time. One more time. Here you go. I think Approachable's right. Right when he moves the camera to the right, you hear the smoke detector chirp. Right there. You're telling me you didn't hear it.
I don't know. Maybe it's just not coming through the Zoom.
Wow. Yeah, that was, let's vote on that. It's hard to tell with all the chirping. People are saying it's a chirp. 100%. I heard it. Yup. Sign that man up for the NSA. Mad Move says trailer squeak. Roots says that's a fucking smoke detector 100%. Yeah, dude, it's... MSO says I hear nothing. They're saying you might be black.
What? No, I'm wearing a black t-shirt.
Because you can't hear it. They're saying you might be a black guy.
Oh. I mean, I don't know. My mom is a genetic mutt and adopted, so I have no idea about my lineage. It's entirely possible. There's Irish, there's Polish. Why not some Moorish? I don't know.
I'm going with that was a smoke detector chirp. One more time. Come on. That's 1,000%. I'm sorry, you're not going to sway me off that one.
Right. That is absolutely a smoke detector chirp.
If you live in Philly.
All right, what's this one? This is a couple of guys talking about the garbage on the street in
Philadelphia.
Will be no residential trash collection or recycling until further notice.
All right, here we have a trash update from Philadelphia. This is just
trash everywhere.
Christian. One single day.
Shout out to Iron Man.
Oh shit, that's one day. Oh no, by 8 days, that sidewalk is not only completely covered, but it's gone vertical. They're building a wall like, remember when the Spartans built that wall of Persian bodies?
Right.
Yeah, that's what's going on here.
I think he's out there.
Oh yeah, the new season of Always Sunny in Philadelphia drops tomorrow.
Oh.
While we're talking about this, yeah, new season of Always Sunny tomorrow on Hulu.
Nice. I didn't know they were still going.
Yep. Still going. They're kind of doing that fun thing where they can kind of like Curb did, where they can release a season whenever they're ready.
Right. So they
like
can make
that.
sure their episodes are at least entertaining.
Yeah. Holy shit. Wow, Richmond Street
honestly,
will be
how
blocked.
do you logistically pick that up afterwards? After this is all figured out.
That's just it. Like, once the garbage people go to work, are they going to demand a going back to work bonus for all the shit they're going to have to do? Like, whatever you agree to pay these guys and whatever overtime rates you agree to, you're fucked right up front.
Yeah.
This is horrible management by the city that you couldn't come to a deal with these guys. Whatever you do, you come to a deal with your garbage workers. I mean,
Day 3.
Dude, every garbage worker in every city across America is so happy this is happening right now. Because they're just like, dude, I made so much money from just these Philly guys going on strike.
I'm wondering if it's visible from space at this point.
It's probably getting close. I bet you if you attached lights to all of them, you could probably see it.
See, if we go with your burning route, it'll be like the world's worst, like, gunpowder snake, you know, where you light those little black pebbles and they just make the ash snake thing.
Sure.
Well, the snake's already lined out, and the fire will just burn its way down.
The fire rises. MSO says always smelly in Philadelphia. I like that. I can't pretend I don't like that one. That's a good one. Nice work, MSO. Hey, big thank you to Stephanie. Stephanie's back. We haven't heard from Stephanie in quite some time, but Stephanie throws in $50 to the toe. Who doesn't love someone throwing in $50 to the toe? Give her a goddamn Olbermann.
They are afraid.
Thank you very much, Stephanie, for the $50. That's also going to put you in a tie for first place, a three-way tie for first. Stephanie now at $50. She's tied with Steven and Captain Joe. And Adam Simon is in fourth at 48. Sergeant Holka is at 45. Now I got to write down Sergeant Holka since he just left the equation. Sergeant Holka at $45 is right on the bubble, if you will. So what does that do for what we're looking at right now? That means that we are now $50 away from tonight's goal. So let's knock that one out and then 80 more, and you guys get an extra half hour. Thank you so much. And by the way, if you knock out tonight's goal, that'll be officially $200 you guys have dropped into today's show, which is huge for a no goal day. That's very generous. We appreciate it. And we're going to stay goal free for a little bit longer. Holy fucking monkey dick. Our Twitter numbers, our restream numbers in general today are ridiculous.
Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. We've had our best day on Twitter ever. Our restream numbers show that we were well over 1,000 for our peak today, over 400 for Rumble, and over 400 for YouTube. So Thank you guys so much for your support and generosity. It just goes to show, Johnny, goal-free days on the toe are the way to go. Just $50 away. However you'd like to help out with that $50 for tonight, we appreciate it. We've got an hour to do it. Ron DeSantis voiced his, I got to say, this is a good politician move from old Ron. He did the thing where he didn't shit on Elon Musk, but he did tell him, like, here's a better way you could be handling this.
Okay.
Because
yesterday we did the home thing.
Yeah. DeSantis is kind of back on an upswing with Alligator Alcatraz. He wants to get rid of property taxes. I think if you're a Republican right now, you see that Trump is vulnerable, with especially after this Epstein shit and the big, beautiful bill and the Iran stuff. A lot of people are split on that. I think now's the time to kind of make yourself, like, kind of get your face out there and go, hey, 2028, look at me. Like, I like Ron DeSantis. I've always liked Ron DeSantis. He just had the misfortune of catching the Trump buzzsaw, the Trump, not restoration, the Trump revenge tour. And he was kind of the leader of, like, he was the number 2 guy. And so he kind of had to get run over by the Trump train. But I think it's for him and J.D. Vance. It's theirs for the taking. I think Rand Paul is in the mix for 2028. If you really want to go and, like, you want to be about this shit and you want to be about debt and you want to be about, you know, watching spending and cutting taxes and all this shit, Rand Paul's your guy. If you want to be we don't go to war with anybody and we don't spend all our kids' fucking money on the military, Rand Paul's your guy. Rand Paul, to me, is the ultimate you guys don't fucking mean it. You guys aren't about it card. Because all the things you talk about wanting is him.
Right, but is he said he's running next election cycle?
He hasn't. It's too early. But remember, he was the front runner in 2016 before Trump entered.
Right.
And I was like, man, that's my guy. I wanted Rand Paul more than I wanted Trump. And the problem is people get to people like Rand Paul and they're so outside the box that as soon as a person like that gets close, it's kind of like Bernie with the Democrats. They want him, they want him, they want him. And then they're like, all right, it's time to go to the checkout. It's like you have that snack in your grocery pile.
Mm-hmm.
And you want that snack really bad. But you're worried if it makes you look bad or makes you look unhealthy. So you think, maybe I'm going to put that snack back. Maybe this was an impulse buy and I'm going to put it back. The Democrats got to the checkout line, and with a little help from some good old-fashioned Hillary Clinton corruption, the Democratic voters went, you know what? Maybe I want to put I'm going to put the candy bar back. I mean, it's everything I want right now. It's everything I'm craving, but maybe it's bad for me. I'm going to put it back. And then the same thing happened with Bernie in 2020. Remember, they had to make everyone else drop out and promise them jobs in the Biden administration so that Biden could coalesce the centrist vote and offset Bernie's lefty vote. So again, the Democrats went, oh God, do we really want it? Yeah, let's put it back. To me, Rand Paul is the Republicans' Bernie Sanders. He's the guy who embodies everything you believe, everything you say you want. This guy says, if I win, I'm going to do my damnedest to do it. And the minute you get close, you're like, I love this guy. He's fucking great. And the minute he gets close, you go, oh, I can't pull the trigger. You know, the thing about Rand Paul, the Republicans got an out because Trump came along and they're like, oh, yeah, his hair does look funny. He's a curly-haired pussy. Fuck him, Trump. And so you picked something else.
Yeah, look at the way that worked. Thank God for the comb over.
Yeah. Well, DeSantis, not a big fan of Elon Musk starting a new political party, but also not throwing Elon Musk under the bus in this next clip here. I think Ron's hitting the right notes at this point.
What he's done. The problem is when you do another party, especially if you're running on some of the issues that he talks about, you know, that would end up, if he funds Senate candidates and House candidates in competitive races, that would likely end up meaning the Democrats would win all the competitive Senate and House races.
And that is how the two parties scare us away from forming a third party.
Right.
They don't say it would hurt us. They
say it would hurt you.
No, it would help the people that you're afraid of. It would help those progressives. It would help those lefty Democrats. That's who it would help. They don't want Elon to start another party because they're not worried it'll help the Democrats. They're worried it'll hurt them. But that sounds very self-serving. If you pitch that, you're like, hey, if he does that, it's the liar thing. It's devastating to my case. So instead you go, guys, if he starts another party and you really like it, that'll split this side of things, and all those Democrats will end up winning, and you don't want those Democrats winning, do you?
Well, unless he gets Democrats, too. What if he does that?
That's just it. Will he get Democrats? Probably not, because they hate Elon now.
Yeah, the hardcore ones do.
Elon learned why billionaires don't typically go into politics, because now he's pissed off everybody. And that's what happens. When you speak your mind and try to do the things you want to do and you keep the courage of your convictions in politics, you don't end up getting a little support from column A and a little support from column B. You end up pissing everybody off because everybody wants their way all of the time.
Look, I'm a Republican. I don't want to see that happen. I think if you want to, get involved and hold accountable, we do have a problem in the Republican Party with these D.C. congressmen. They always run saying there's out of control spending and they're going to spend less, and they never do it.
Attaboy. I think that's complaint number one from a lot of people with the Republicans they vote for. They're like, God damn, man. Since the contract with America in the 90s, when they said there's going to be a balanced budget amendment, we've been hearing about less spending. And ironically,
It's up even more.
Well, and not only that, but there's only been 2 presidents who have had surpluses in the last 30 years. And that's Bill Clinton and George W. Bush. Now, George W. Bush squandered his by the recession in 01 or 02, and then the military spending we did after 9/11. But in 2001, George W. Bush had a surplus. In 2000, 99, and 98, I believe in those four years, we had surpluses in this country. Bill Clinton, I remember when I was a kid, I watched his farewell address, and he said, if we can stay on this path for another 8 years, we can become debt-free. Imagine that. But then the problem was we found out that pets.com wasn't really worth $100 a share. And the whole thing had to come crashing down. Yeah.
You're telling me the fucking hamster dance website isn't worth $1 billion?
Yeah, unfortunately, no. That the whole .com thing came crashing down.
No.
It was a great site, but how do you monetize it, How do you monetize it?
There's a gap between the campaign rhetoric and then the performance. Elon was doing Doge, and a lot of Congress didn't want anything to do with actually adopting the Doge cuts.
That's just it. Like when Elon was cutting Doge, Congress was like, boy, I hope the Supreme Court lets him just cut this spending unilaterally. And the Supreme Court went, not the Supreme Court, but the courts went, no, the president can't just start taking a hatchet to the butt. That's not how this works. Elon can recommend these cuts, and then Donald Trump can send them to Congress and say, pass these and I'll sign it. But you can't just have one guy go in there with an axe and start chopping away at shit. So Elon comes up, Elon sacrifices his companies, Elon sacrifices his free time, and he comes up with $1 trillion in cuts, and they don't do any of it. I mean, they did some of it, but it was like billions. It was like tens of billions of Doge cuts.
That's almost like having a giant surplus in your state, like you've been overtaxing your people for a while, and giving them a pittance of it, and then pissing away the rest of it until you're in a deficit.
Do you have like a number in mind? Like I was thinking maybe if your state had like a $17 billion, let me pick a random number, $17 billion surplus, and by the end of next year, that deficit was going to be about $5 billion.
I will say this, though. We don't have garbage on the streets. Fuck you, Philly.
Yeah, exactly. Suck our dicks. We can waste money, but at least we pick up our garbage.
Just like
and they'll say, at least we win NFC championship games. That's not what we're talking about.
They haven't wanted to adopt the Trump executive orders on immigration and all these other things, which I think you have to adopt in law if you want them to have staying power. So I think there is a lot of frustration with the gap between the rhetoric in their district and the performance once they get into D.C. But the way you do that is expose that in a primary and show that there's another way forward. Honestly, if you're concerned about the debt, I wouldn't even worry about that, because I don't think just electing a few better people is going to change the trajectory.
Yeah.
We need the incentives in Washington are going to lead to these outcomes, really, regardless of the outcome of elections at this point. So you need to do a balanced budget amendment to the U.S. Constitution. And
that is the only way you're going to be able to do it. The problem is you need 2/3 of Congress. So you're going to need Republicans to do really well or Democrats to fuck up really hard. And you're going to have to get a 2/3 majority, which is what? What is that in the Senate? That's 66 to 34?
Okay.
Or 20. Yeah, 34. It would be 66 to 34 would be a 2/3 majority. I mean, we're not getting that. I'm sorry. There's not 66 Republican seats in the Senate.
And let's say the quiet part out loud. A lot of these people that would be voting for that would be voting against their own self-interest.
Yeah, because like, are you going to get as much lobbying money? Are you going to get as much donation money if all of a sudden your ability to spend goes from $7 trillion a year to $4?
Guys, we're taking the greed and the corruption out. That's like going to the Catholic Church and saying, hey, we're getting rid of all the choir boys. Like, whoa, 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 whoa. What do you think we came here for?
Right, yeah. Hey, we're going to make the pot you have to peddle influence from smaller. Although it would expose the Republican Party. It would expose them where you'd go, all right, balanced budget amendment, no strings attached, nothing, you know what you would do? You would see Republicans purposely put poison pills in the balanced budget amendment so that they couldn't vote for it. So they could go back to their constituents and say, man, I would love just a straightforward amendment on balancing the budget. But God, they attached it to like taking money away from our soldiers and babies and shit. Like they'd find a way to give themselves a reason to not vote for it.
Right.
You can do that through the states. You can do it through Article 5. We've got 28 states that have approved this. There's another 4 or 5 that are on the docket. Once you hit 34, then you write an amendment, and then the states are able to ratify that. You need 3/4. If Elon wanted to weigh in on that and work on those state legislatures, he would have a monumental impact on doing this. And we also need term limits for members of Congress. And so
that's it. I don't think you're going to, I think a balanced budget amendment is more likely than term limits.
Oh yeah.
These guys don't start becoming 10 millionaires until they're in there for 3 or 4 terms.
Right. So. There's a reason we have so many skeletons just hovering around in the Senate. Yeah. And we have politicians that you literally have to like hand truck out and reboot halfway through their speech. They won't let go.
You're putting a target on your back from anybody whose pockets are about to get a little lighter.
You can do both of those things.
Okay, now, let's say Ron DeSantis got elected to federal office. Would he push it? Like, no. You can talk great as the governor of Florida. To put it in perspective how little stomach Republicans have for that, you know who has a balanced budget amendment as a state?
Who?
We do. Minnesota has a balanced budget. They can't leave session until a surplus or a deficit is taken care of. It has to either be spent or the money has to be raised. They have to pass a balanced budget. Like this deficit is $5 billion deficit that's staring us in the face in a year or in 2 years here.
Mm-hmm.
We did cut down on some of that with this current budget. We did cut some spending. So we were able to get that down a little bit, but it's still going to be $2 or $3 billion. Yeah, we have to settle that before the legislature can close because we have a balanced budget amendment in our state constitution.
God, it's a real shame they couldn't have just given more to people and not really changed too much of the spending and let things work themselves out.
God, every man, woman, and child in Minnesota. We'll do the math again.
Here we go again.
So it can
I need another antidepressant. Hooray!
Divided by, what do we have, about 5.5 million people here?
Yeah.
Let me get to 5.5 million. That would be a $3,090 check to every man, woman, and baby in Minnesota. Not every worker, not every employer or employee. $3,000 to every single human being living in Minnesota. And what did we get? Like, what was the base? Like $400 and then went up if you had kids?
Yeah. If you had kids, you could get to like 7 something, I think.
I think I got 7 something out of that Minnesota tax rebate. It's a fucking joke.
But I think if you did that, all of a sudden, that moves the needle on both of those issues. Under Article 5 of the Constitution, you are going to see major positive changes, but you have to change.
It's like all of this is like watching politicians do this is like all of us playing fantasy football.
Right.
It's just
they're not going to actually make this happen. These things won't be real.
We're all here
just positing a theory.
Yeah, we're jacking ourselves off over like because the country we live in is so not the country we thought it was.
Mm-hmm.
That we're just making up a country that doesn't exist so we can feel better for it.
Right.
That's about it. Chips and Diff says it was $260 base.
Ugh.
Fuck. Dago Doesn't Die with $5 says, you're crazy. The city shouldn't have to come to any agreement with these people, extortionist pieces of shit. Fuck the unions. And if you want to talk about people who should be, it's them. Well, all I'm saying is, like, if you want your garbage picked up, you got to deal with these people.
I don't think anybody should be.
Well, I mean, isn't this the last thing that the mob has their hooks in is sanitation?
I believe, well, I mean, in movies and stuff, they certainly make it seem that way, but I don't think, here's the thing. I view unions kind of as a mob at this point, the way they've grown.
It's not,
they hold, because the employees don't get to decide whether or not they want to participate in the strike or they agree with the terms. If the strike is called, you are a fucking scab or whatever if you cross the line.
Yeah.
So we decided we're going to war. Suit the fuck up and do your goddamn job, which is to, again, not do your job while we argue for more money. And it always equals the union needing a bigger piece and the union needing more funding because they get percentages off of your paycheck. So arguing for you argues for them. The people inside are just patting their pockets. Yeah. It's not, I don't like them.
We are $45 away from tonight's goal. Knock that out and we'll stay ahead. Oh my God, excuse me.
Agita.
I appreciate that. I'm not ready to not be ahead yet. So let's do the 45 for tonight. I did say if we got to 250 for tomorrow morning, we do an extra half hour. Let's do the 45 right now or in the next 45 minutes. That would be awesome. One more night of no goals. And then I think psychologically, I've prepared myself.
Okay.
For tomorrow. I think I've psychologically, because then it's only 2 goals for the week. You know? Yeah, Wednesday morning, Thursday morning. I can deal. I can deal.
Okay.
So $45 away from tonight. Yeah, I think if we knock out tonight, I'm ready. That gives me one more show to be goal free, and that's like the end of vacation. I appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness. I made a salad last night, and the fiber is kicking in.
All righty.
You take over for a little bit. I just had a
notification. You go do you, man. It's cool.
I just had a moment. When I come back, let's have tonight's goal KO'd, and then we've got a bunch more stories. We're not even into the 8 o'clock hour stuff. A lot going on here on the toe. Johnny's got you for now.
All right. We have a lot more stuff to get into. I'll be on, obviously, at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. I don't have Digger today. Cut to everybody assuming and saying that I did something horrible to her. So, yeah. That'll be a thing. Anyways, we have a bunch of things to still cover. I don't think we've talked about the Washington Commanders name change. We got a lot. Just looking at his prep sheet here, we have some excellent stuff to get into later about the border. So still plenty to cover. If we can get the $45 goal knocked out, that'll make the rest of this show easier for me. But, I mean, don't do it for me. Do it just that way he doesn't bitch. That'll be great. I wonder if he's taking the shirt off. That's always my bet. That one's white, so it would make sense. Although he pulled this game yesterday where he said he was going to the bathroom, and instead the rat bastard went upstairs to the kitchen to get food. Now I don't know who to trust. If he comes back with his jaw moving and no words coming out, he was eating, obviously. You can't ever gauge it by the double chin. Like squirrels, he can hide the nuts in there. What are we supposed to do? Also, we have the January 26th... it's 26th and 27th for the comedy show and the golf tournament. I'm apparently going to be recording scores for the golf tournament, so I'm hoping to do I'm going to bring my laptop and do a little bit of live streaming for the golf tournament to kind of talk about that, maybe even have a few people come up and say something. We'll see how that goes. And then, obviously, the comedy show on the 26th is always a good time over at Stoney, so hopefully you'll join us for that. I think we're over half sold out, so you really want to get them tickets now if you can. Otherwise, the week of, they are going out the door. So if you have the opportunity to get them now, I would suggest it as an overall thing. And as Aaron has mentioned, if you're in the golf tournament, you can have 4 friends playing together if you reserve your tee times together as a group, or if you get a hold of him. Speaking of which, I do have to remind Aaron, I just remembered, Roots Calhoun had been talking to me yesterday in my chat saying that him and Aaron need to get in touch. So hopefully when he gets back, we can let him know about that, and so we can figure out that whole thing. Because, we want it to be a thing. So hopefully you'll get those tickets, and we can get Roots figured out. He is definitely using the bathroom with this amount of time being gone. I will say this, at least if he was getting a snack, he'd be back quick. Well, never mind.
You know,
I can't tell.
This is embarrassing to say. I haven't had a salad in a while.
What are you, gay?
You think of salad as like you think of it as just like a nothing health food, you know? But you forget that lettuce and all that, it's got a fibrous punch. And it'll clean you out. So
started eating Brussels sprouts. I don't know what the fuck happened to me. You started eating Brussels sprouts. That's what happened.
So check this out. I decided, since we're cleaning out the system, let's clean it out all the way. This is non-alcoholic spicy dill Bloody Mary mix.
Why?
We're gonna take it the rest of the way. This stuff is fucking hot too.
Why are we? So it's meant to be consumed by itself, or is it meant to be added to?
It's supposed to be mixed with vodka to make a Bloody Mary. It's a really good all-in-one Bloody Mary mix. It's from Four Brothers. You can find it at Coburn's, a lot of different liquor stores. It's a non-alcoholic Bloody Mary mix, and there's a spicy dill. There's some sweet one. There's horseradish and one other that I can't remember. And the horseradish is my favorite, but the spicy dill, oh man, that kicks.
And so what's the purpose of drinking this without the alcohol?
I like the tomato flavor and I like the spice.
And is it going to flush something out, or
it'll shoot. It'll shoot.
Believe me, this dog hunts. All right.
This goes through the pipes. That's for sure.
Oh, boy.
That's for sure. Sam Show does raise a good point, though. He says, dude, you're such a fat fuck. That's like 2,500 milligrams of sodium in one glass. It's a sodium-ish drink. That's for sure. Cool Cut with $1.99. Good to know he's still here and he's staying mad at the toe. Want to hit the goal quicker? Try being entertaining. How can I hit the goal any quicker? We don't have it. Like, we're on tonight. We're almost done with tonight.
Right. We're ahead. Like, hitting the goal quicker just knocks out even more days. I mean, we'd love to.
I mean, I can't help it that, we're ahead and I'm not satisfied. And I'm like, fuck, I love being ahead and I want to stay ahead. I can't help that. I apologize. That's my greed. But I don't think you can be more entertaining than, being done with your goals for the day before the morning show's over. I don't know. Need Trump with $10 says, here's a quarter of the way to the goal. Thank you, buddy.
You.
35. That's all that's left for tonight. 35 away. I did. And again, the deal, if you're just joining us, is I go to 11 if we get to 250 for tomorrow morning. Roots says, okay, Aaron, I removed the low end and tried to isolate the chirp. I'm sending this shit to your email. This settles it. Yeah, that's, Roots was having a debate in the chat with people who were on your side saying that's not a chirp or they couldn't hear the chirp. Mm-hmm. So Roots is, he's really gotten to this to see what the deal is. Buzamok says, yeah, if we had 4 days goals knocked out, we would be begging for the 5th day. Get used to it. I think I've been very conservative, and it's been very upbeat. It's been very, hey, guys, you're kicking ass. I appreciate it.
I dare to say it hasn't been beggy.
Not at all. Not at all. It's been very encouraging, Mr. Buzamok. And he is right, though, because we've been 4 shows ahead, and I've still been like, hey, guys, if you want to get that 5th one, hammer. Like, there's a difference between begging to hit a goal and being a greedy fat fuck. Like, am I a greedy fat fuck? Yeah, I'll never be satisfied. If we're 4 ahead, I'll push for that 5th one, but I'll be in a great mood and doing an awesome show while I do it. If we're on the day of, Come on, guys. Let's get her going. Come on. That's the difference. Das Optic Nerve says, Roots doing audio forensics. Nice. Yeah, Chad Buzamok says the quint. Yeah, we got to hit the quint. If we got a quad, you got to hit the quint. That's for sure. Aaron, you allowed Johnny to speak. You know you don't deserve it. Holy shit.
See what I mean? Some people are never happy.
He wants to see you all taken care of. That's for sure. Okay, as we go, 199 from Cool Cut. He says, why is your troll voice also your gay voice? No, you're a gay guy in my voice. Sorry, Cool Cut. I thought you were on the same. I thought you were quick enough to keep up. No, you're a gay guy. Do
you see how you answered the question while you asked it?
See, Cool Cut, this is embarrassing for all of us now because we all knew what we were doing to you and you didn't know. And now we have to, now you've kind of, we didn't want to put you through the shredder like this, but you kind of forced us to. Yeah, the troll voice is the gay voice because we just assume all of our trolls are really, because here's why. You're usually pussies who are easily offended and you complain about how offensive we are. So therefore, we just make you gay because we figured you're just an oversensitive guy who likes butt sex because that's the only way you could be so offended by guys talking about shit. Todd Lurcock. Oh, God damn it. I was like, I feel like, you don't want to know how I walked into that is I went, I know that's a fucking with me name, but I don't know how.
And so you pronounced it first to see if you could figure it out.
Right.
And then...
So I went, oh, Todd. I didn't walk right into that. I jumped right into that. Head first. And I hope it makes Todd here a lifetime Steel Toe fan that we have such a great sense of humor about ourselves that I walked into Todd, and I think it's a Slavic name. I think it's pronounced Lurchak.
I'll say this. I wouldn't have guessed the picture with the name. Those two don't look like they
I can't see the picture.
Oh.
I don't know. Oh, my goodness. That kicks. Toddler Chalk with 199 says, new here, is Johnny always this pervy or just slow? Which one is it?
What was pervy?
I'm just wondering. They're wondering if
Probably
you're a
slow.
giant fucking pervert. That's all. Thank you, Cool Cut Casting with another 199. He really does love me. Whenever there's guys like Cool Cut and I know that I'm upsetting them and bothering them, and it makes them send in another 199. And I appreciate that. $30 away from today. Thank you so much. From tonight. Not today. We're done. We've been done for today for a while. $30 away from tonight's goal. Finish that up and let's all be happy. Roots isolated it. He's passionate about this. Bro, that's a fucking chirp.
Okay.
Are you saying no?
No, again, it's hard to hear. Are you saying it sounded like this?
Yeah. Play yours. Yeah, they sound exactly the same.
Weird.
Exactly the same. $2 from J.A. just says Slayer, of course. Thank you, J.A. Always nice to hear from you, sir. And we're just under $30 away from tonight. Thank you again, Cool Cut Casting, for another $199. Boy, he is obsessed with my dick. Dude, you don't want to reference another man's sex life to prove you're not gay. You're not, dude.
Wait, what's about to happen?
I'm sorry, bud. You're just not good at this. I know this is going to pain you, but I just have to declare victory and my point proven and move on. We're about 25 away from being winners for tonight already. And then you guys can rub it in the evening show's face and we can talk about how much more generous you are than them. Zen Man with $1 says, Johnny isn't real. R.I.P. OG Johnny, killed in a tragic gorilla milking accident.
See what I mean? These lies and rumors, you can't just deny them. Doesn't matter how many times I've said there's no gorilla milking environment or emporium or whatever.
Chips and Dip says the chirp could be a crosswalk beep. Guys, it's a chirp. I'm sorry. It
sounded so much like a chirp, I'd believe a dude was hitting a button to make it happen.
Chevy fan says Virgin Bloody Mary and you're calling people gay. Well, that's just responsible.
Again, he's apparently cleansing. I've never heard of this one, but I guess it's a thing.
Chad Buzamak says, since we're in OT, can we get the full comedy scene story, Johnny comedy scene story? Here's what we'll do. If that $30 is knocked out by 10 after 10, Johnny will tell the full comedy scene story.
That was the full story. We got to it.
Don't tell him that. We got a sales pitch here. Zulu Time, becoming a member for 4 months, says, can we get more open mic soap opera? Laughy face emoji.
Oh, I can do that. I can give you more open mic soap opera bullshit.
There you go, guys. You knock
what
out.
What do you think? Open mics or soap operas for guys who are either trying to become comedians or people who are secretly gay or something and they can't process it, so they go to open mics.
All right, we got $30 away, and if we knock it out in the next 10 minutes, we'll do Johnny open mic soap opera time. And I'll continue to sip on my virgin spicy dill Bloody Mary. How does that sound?
Interesting.
All right. And you guys will have bragging rights over the evening show that you knocked out their goal for them. Hey, this Friday, there is a big fight between Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano. It's their third fight. Katie Taylor has won the first two by a razor-thin margin. And
so Serrano thinks she can get this one?
I think Serrano got the last one. I thought the first one was barely a Katie Taylor win. The second one, I thought not only did Amanda Serrano win, but Katie Taylor cheated her fucking ass off and didn't get enough points deducted. I think that Amanda Serrano is finally going to get the job done this time. Also, Cardi B wiped her social media clean of Stephon Diggs photos, so that relationship didn't last long.
Uh-oh.
It's just nice to see Stephon Diggs have that happen to him, because every time he's got a problem with the team he's with, and he wants out and he wants a trade, he deletes all like mentions of the team from his social media. Like a bitch. So it's nice that that's happening to him now. Zenman gifting a membership to Mad Move. Thank you very much. All right, now we're $25 away. 25 away, and Zenman's now at $20 for the week. Thank you, Zenman. So now $25 is tonight's goal. And we'll be able to hear more Johnny open mic dramas if we get that 25 in the next 8 minutes. That's the deal. So Donald Trump recently said that the Washington Commanders, the football team, should change their name back, and they should become the Redskins again. Also, the trademark for the Redskins has been protected again. So if they used it, like the whole reason that they ended up changing the name was because the government took away their protection, their trademark protection for the name Redskins. So anybody could make Redskins merch and sell it, which would make it unprofitable for the team. So they changed the name. Well, there's a lot of people that want that name back.
Are we going to get our wish?
The owner,
this might almost, like, not completely, but this might partially make up for the Epstein disappointment. I'm not going to lie.
I got bad news for you. The Washington Commanders have no plans to revert to their old name.
Fuck.
This after President Trump shared his take on the matter, saying he would have never gone through with the rebrand. He chatted with media from a helipad in New Jersey over the weekend when he was asked if he wanted to see the nation capital's football team return to the Redskin moniker it held for 87 years. Here's what he had to say.
Well, you want me to make a controversial statement? I would. I wouldn't have changed the name, but that's there. It just doesn't have the same. It doesn't have the same ring to me. But you know, winning can make everything sound good. So if they win, all of a sudden the Commander sounds good. But I wouldn't have changed the name.
I agree with him. They should have never changed the name. It turns out Native Americans were never really that offended by it. When you look at all the polling, you couldn't find one piece of polling that showed that anybody gave a shit about the name Redskins that were actually Native American. It was mostly upset
white people who need to be fucking allies.
Yeah. That's essentially who drove the debate on that whole thing. Was the the over-offended on behalf of other people crowd. Really quick, let me open up some of these 8 o'clock hour stories. In the next 6 minutes, if we can knock out that $25 for tonight's goal, then Chad Buzamak gets his wish, and Johnny will do more open mic drama stories from the world of open mic comedy. I love that this became a bit today. I'm so happy that it became a bit today. $25 away from tonight, and you guys rubbing it in the evening show's face. Thank you so much. Was there a lot of open mic drama back in the day? Just answer yes or no, because we have 5 minutes. Well,
you said just answer yes or no, and I went no. There was.
I was thinking like in a way that would promote hammering out tonight. Well, Johnny still has to come up with dramatic open mic stories. So if you want to hear them, bang it out. If you don't want to hear them, do it after 10:10. That'll be the rule. Active shooter. Oh yeah, this is the Texas deal at the immigration place. I don't know if you saw this. A lot of people want to make this political, and a lot of the mainstream media tried to sweep this under the rug because they don't like it when lefties do shootings.
Oh, no.
I don't know if I would really call this a lefty shooting, though. Like, remember
That's
when...
kind of like the Minnesota guy. He wasn't really either or.
Just kind of crazy people who want attention.
Right.
You know, and they grab onto a national news story, and they go that way. This is the Texas Border Patrol deal. This guy picked the wrong target, by the way. He picked an area where everyone was armed to the fucking teeth, and let's see what happens when you strike in a place like that.
Your screen. We have a post here from the Department of Homeland Security and a developing story at this time. They say this, a quote, this morning an individual opened fire at the entrance of the United States Border Patrol sector annex in McAllen, Texas. Both Border Patrol agents and local police helped neutralize the shooter. It goes on to say 2 officers and a Border Patrol employee were injured, including 1 shot in the knee. All 3 have gone to the hospital. This is an ongoing investigation led by the FBI.
So this guy goes in and tries to shoot up a Border Patrol post. And immediately people think, you know, was this politically motivated? Was this a guy who was trying to make a statement against the Trump administration and their immigration policies? Just in case it was, the media just kind of shut their mouths about this one and they haven't really talked about it very much. But I'm going to go out on a limb and I'm going to say no. I'm going to say this was probably just some crazy fuck who wanted some attention, wanted to be remembered. And that would be it. And
you had to know that was going to end that way if you do that. Like,
yeah. First of all,
I'm going to walk into the police precinct and just start opening fire. Like, you know, they will return.
Well, first of all, you're in Texas.
Yeah. Even the people are armed.
Worst place to do a shooting. I mean, one of the big successful mass shootings they had in Texas was Fort Hood. And that was a guy who was on the inside, had to do that. This one, not only are you in Texas, but you're at a Border Patrol post, which is full of guys who are armed to the gills. So, yeah, I don't know what the strategy here was, but it certainly wasn't win. Toddler Chalk with 199 says, do you always speak to Johnny like this? What he do? God did it, not me, my man. King Kong Dong with $1 says, Aaron, are you going to midget wrestling Friday at Raleigh's? I have to talk to Raleigh about the golf tournament. So maybe I can't Friday. I got the kids, but I would love to talk to
see
Raleigh.
What I'm doing Friday now.
Dr. Silverwolf gifting a membership over on YouTube. Thank you very much, pal. Hey, we've got 2 minutes to knock out $20 for tonight for Johnny to tell his very interesting, very dripping with drama open mic stories. $20 in 2 minutes for tonight's goal, this evening show's goal, in order to hear Johnny spill his guts about all the juicy details from the open mic scene. 20 away. Now, Johnny, you said there's a lot of juicy gossip.
Yeah, there's a ton of juicy drama stories.
Oh, my God. I can't wait to hear it. I'm sure a lot of other people can't. They have about a minute to lose $20 and knock that out for tonight. We'll see if in that 1 minute, here we go. Clock starts right now. 1 minute, $20. Do they want Johnny Gossip time or do they not want Johnny Gossip time? We'll see. We will know in 45 seconds whether that $20 is too steep a hill to climb to get Johnny Drama time. Sam Show says, don't you want the 20? Why would you offer this? Someone asked. When people ask, we give them a number and we tell them that's the option. And
there you go.
If they don't want it, we're hoping they knock out that $20 immediately after the timer runs out, which would be in 20 seconds.
Or donate it saying this is so he doesn't do it. Those are options as well.
15 seconds. Now, I think the great thing to be, if you don't want Johnny to talk drama, then immediately
smash this the minute it's over.
Immediately after the time is out, you go ahead and knock it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Sorry, Johnny.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You don't get to tell your dramatic open mic stories today. You know, maybe some other time.
Maybe.
I know this is an upsetting development. Now, if you were really hoping that Johnny would not do any of that open mic drama and you thought it was fucking retarded, now you're going to want to do the $20 to make that statement, or 5 of it or 10 of it or whatever, to make that statement. I think that's fair. Speaking of immigration, did you see that the mayor of LA, Karen Bass, old fuck up herself, tried to go and stop an ICE raid?
No. It's gone that far. I saw the lady calling for the street gangs to get involved.
Yep. So the Border Patrol had this massive operation in Los Angeles. They went to this park that's known for being a gathering place for Mexican gangsters. And they went there to bust people and deport them. It went well. This is the massive operation in the beginning. Let's go check it out. Fucking cavalry. They literally brought the cavalry in for this one. They're all wearing, the horses are all wearing Doc Back to the Future 2 glasses.
Yeah, I was just about to say, are they going to start dropping like recyclables in the DeLorean to get us?
So they go to, it's called MacArthur Greens Park. And as they go to MacArthur Greens Park, they're ready to round up some Mexican gangsters and do some deporting. Well, here came the best non-leader in the country, Karen Bass, the mayor of Los Angeles, who so far has overseen a fire while she was in Ghana. And what was the latest thing that she fucked up? There was... Oh, the riots, the immigration riots, the ICE riots.
Okay. I didn't realize that one was on her doorstep, too. Not surprised. Just didn't know that one.
She fucked that one up, too. Well, here she is as the Border Patrol goes to take dangerous Mexican gangster criminals off the streets. Here she is trying to tell them, please no, my city has a standard to uphold, and that standard is me fucking everything up.
Bass, can you at least explain your purpose for being here?
So she pulled the let me talk to your supervisor bit.
Okay.
And now she's on the phone with, I don't know if she's on the phone directly with Homan or if she's on the phone with some like deputy director. But she's calling and she's like, well, why the fuck are you people here? Now, first of all, ICE has a right to be anywhere where they suspect that federal immigration laws are being broken.
Right. The local community and authorities do not have to like participate with them.
They don't have to assist, but ICE does have, if they have legal reason to believe that there is a violation of federal immigration law, they can go in and enforce. Everyone thinks that these sanctuary cities means that ICE can't go in and deport people. They absolutely can. All a sanctuary city does is it says we're not going to help them. That's it.
Oh, I like him. Hey, I take back what I said to your boys over there, all right? This is for you.
I love that black guy in the background. Yo, Forget what I said about you and your boys. You know what that is? That's black people seeing cops and going, man, fuck y'all. But then that's black people seeing immigration cops deporting people and like, yo, we fucking like y'all. Y'all are dope.
You're doing a great job, officer.
Yeah, exactly. $2 from Doggo Doesn't Die. He says, YouTube sucks. Indians are only offended if the liquor store is closed. Jesus. Wow. That is fucking racist, my man. $18 away from, we could do it $1 or $2 at a time, too. $18 away from tonight's goal. Let's make it nice and clean. A nice, clean win for tonight for the toe. We're $18 away from calling it a win. Let's do that. Everybody jump in on the train and knock it out. So now we have Karen Bass getting really pissed at the immigration officials in LA who are, again, there to clear gangsters out of a Mexican gangster park. Here she is arguing with the people trying to get these people out of her community.
I am going to say,
Mayor Bass, I need to get my phone and we're departing.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor Bass. Mayor Bass.
Any comment, Mayor Bass?
I did absolutely nothing.
My comment is they need to leave, and they need to leave right now.
Well, they're trying to. They're trying to round up a bunch of Mexican criminals and send them back to where they came from. But you keep fucking around and making phone calls and gumming up the works and dicking everything up. You know, these guys will be out of here in no time if you would just fuck off and let them do their job.
Right. The whole reason this is taking longer than it needs to is you.
No offense, Ms. Bass, but you, ma'am, are the problem right now.
They need to leave because this is unacceptable.
Who did you speak with?
Just wait and see.
Mayor Bass,
They will be leaving soon.
And if anybody knows unacceptable, it's the person in charge of the current conditions of the city of Los Angeles, California. That's someone who knows what unacceptable looks like.
Who did you speak with on the phone just now? Who did you speak with on the phone?
The head of customs.
Wow.
Oh, the head of customs is who she was talking to. Is that the same person you talked to when you got back from Ghana and your city was on fucking fire? Would that be the same person or no? God.
Did you accomplish everything you planned to here today? Yes, I did absolutely nothing, but hey, I look good. Right.
I held the flag up for the Democratic Party. Balls Deep, becoming a member for 30 months, says, I'm helping. Yes, you are, buddy. Thank you very much. We're about $15 away from calling it a win for the evening show tonight. Keep it up and we will stay ahead. I'm addicted to being ahead, I will admit. I'm addicted. We've been ahead for almost 3 weeks now. If we make
it's a good feeling.
If we make it to tomorrow morning, which is what this next $15 does, that will officially be 3 weeks of being ahead. And I will be so goddamn happy if that's the case. So, everybody throw in a couple. We'll have this whole thing banged out in no time. And the evening show, we'll see if they can top you. I like pitting you guys against each other. It's a lot of fun. Okay, so we have that side of the immigration coin. We have a Karen Bass, again, doing what's worst for LA, so at least she's consistent. Well, somebody was, the press was grilling Tom Homan yesterday, the head of ICE, who I think is most people's favorite member of the Trump administration. And while Homan was talking to the press, someone informed him that there were 3,000 deportations happening a day right now in the United States. 3,000 a day. That's pretty goddamn good. Here's what Tom Homan had to say about it.
And for those that say 3,000 a day is too much, I want to remind them, do the math. We'd have to arrest 7,000 every single day for the remainder of this administration just to catch once Biden released the nation. Right?
So when you try to make Tom Homan feel bad about deporting 3,000 people a day, he's like, motherfucker, we're not even on pace to fix what we said we'd fix. We're running behind.
Right. We kind of clusterfucked this clown car really, really bad. I don't think you realize how fast the water was coming in. If we're going to bail it out, it's going to take a bigger bucket.
I'm going to guess that Tom Homan has a military background because he just strikes me as a military guy.
He's being very factual, so that would add up.
Right. And they're also like, well, we're at this standard, Tom. Isn't that really awesome? He's like, could be better. I like that. Like I said, and I'm surprised to hear myself say this, he and Rubio and RFK Jr. might be my favorite guys in this administration.
RFK hasn't disappointed. What's Rubio been doing, I guess? I haven't followed Rubio enough.
He's not being the douche I thought he would be. Like, literally, it's not what he's done. It's what he hasn't done.
It's the low bar of Rubio expectation.
Pretty much.
You've crossed the Rubio-icon.
Yes. Thomas Anthony Homan. Dates of service, 1962 to 1967. Would that be him? No. That's 63 years ago. He'd have to be 81 years old. That ain't him. He wasn't a military guy. Tom Homan strikes me as a guy who served in the military. Nope. 1983, he became a police officer in West Carthage. 84, he joined the U.S. Immigration and Naturalization. Oh, that's right. When we were kids, it was called INS. I forgot about that. Worked under the...
That's right, because he's also one of the people who's been like, look, you guys are saying that, this is natural or whatever. I've been here through multiple administrations. This one administration, not Democratic or Republican, literally one administration, way worse on the border than any of the others.
Oh, he's a Project 2025 guy. He was a contributor to it at the Heritage Foundation.
Uh-oh.
Tom Homan was one of the Project 2025 guys. Okay, so no military service for Homan, but he was a cop for a while, and he's been a Border Patrol agent and all of that stuff. Thank you very much to Bridget with $20. She says, goal met for tonight. Thank you, Bridget.
We want the gold, sucker. Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Well, there we go, boys and girls. Where's the drop? There it is.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
Thank you, Bridget. So now it's 3:25 and it's for Wednesday morning. We are going to be ahead tonight for the evening show. I'm so excited about that. And like I said, I'm ready to go back to goals tomorrow. I get it. It can't last forever. Now, could the evening show go fucking ballistic? Yeah, but I ain't counting on it. That would be a crazy fucking night. 2 hours, $400 or so. Nah. But I am expecting them to put you guys in a nice spot for tomorrow. And so as the goals return, very light goals. Very light. This is Tom Homan talking about Zoran Mamdani, the future mayor of New York City. Let's see what he has to say about that.
Zoran Mamdani, the likely next mayor of New York City, has promised not to cooperate with you or with ICE or with deportations of any kind. Do you have a plan? Is there a plan to work around that? How are you going to handle it?
Good luck on that, because we're going to be in New York City, and President Trump said it 2 weeks ago. We're going to double down, triple down in sanctuary cities.
You can't skip. What are you going to do? Rattle this guy? They're like, oh, Mamdani said that he's not going to cooperate with you. He's like, yeah, we've shown many times we don't fucking care. We're coming.
There's a whole bunch of cities that aren't good. Colorado has a couple. Most of California is apparently in revolt over this, but we're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, we'll still be there, guys. It's, hey, we're a sanctuary city. Oh, that's adorable. We'll see you next week.
Why? Not because we're a blue city or a blue state, because we know that's where the problem is. We know they're releasing public safety threats and national security threats to the streets every day because they don't honor our detainers. We know that. We don't have that problem like in Florida, where every sheriff in the state's working with us. So where we're going to send our assets, we're going to send them where the problem is. Sanctuary cities. So
right. Like, that's the thing of like Wayne Ivey or Grady Judd is already doing your job for you, and they're sending
you don't need to go there.
Right. Where your agents need to be is in Chicago and New York and Los Angeles and Denver and all of these places that won't cooperate. Like, Greg Abbott's helping you. Like, Texas is helping out. You don't need to worry about Texas. You need to worry about these other places that won't cooperate. So when New York bitches and goes, oh, you guys keep sending ICE agents here. Well, do the fucking job and we won't have to.
And who the fuck expects New York to be cooperating anyway? That wasn't so this new guy going, we're not going to cooperate with ICE. Right. So more of the same.
Right.
I've said it before. We'll flood the zone of sanctuary cities. If they don't let us arrest a bad guy in the county jail, they're going to arrest him in the community. We're going to arrest him at a work site. So we're going to increase community operation. We're going to increase work site enforcement operation. We're going to get the bad guys. So if they don't want to help, get out of the way. We're coming to do it.
How do you not love that guy?
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
We're running out of time. That's the bad news. No, how do you not love Tom Homan, though?
I will say, as someone who's been against the immigration issue, I'm certainly happy with the job he's been doing so far.
Brian says, I don't see New Yorkers voting for Mamdani over Mayor Adams. Well, there's two problems with that. One, the polling says otherwise. Two, Cuomo's not dropping out. Cuomo's talking about running as an independent.
Oh, boy.
And if Cuomo runs as an independent, that's going to fuck Adams over. And plus, the liberals hate Adams because he wouldn't be lefty enough. He's a Democrat, but Trump had to pardon him because they tried to basically organize a coup to get him out of there. So
just because he said the quiet part out loud, this immigration thing ain't going well for our city.
Yeah, all he said was the immigration stuff that's going on now is not sustainable for New York City.
Right. Which is the same thing people in New York have been saying.
Yeah. They don't want him. They want, I'm sorry. I know this sucks for, Republican New Yorkers or people outside of New York that want to see it fixed. I'm sorry that they got to hear this. They want Bill de Blasio. They want Mamdani. That's what they want. They watched their city flourish under Giuliani and Bloomberg. I went to Bloomberg, New York. I was in Bloomberg, New York. It was fucking great. It was awesome. There were two big holes in the ground from the towers still. It was 05. They can be forgiven. No, 04. Yeah, no, it was 05. It was senior year. No, but it was 04. I graduated in 05. We went in October. That would make it 04. Aaron, nobody really fucking cares. Right. But I went there during Bloomberg, New York. It was safe. It was clean-ish because it was a giant city, but it was relatively clean. It was nice. Go down on Canal Street, buy some bootleg shit, Got a Patek and Roner watch. Had no idea that brand company existed, but it rusted almost immediately. But it only
body sweat.
But it only cost me $20. Brian says Adams didn't bend his knee. I respect that. Yeah, but they want commies in New York.
And look how it's going to work out for them.
I mean, they don't. And it's amazing because they've had de Blasio. And Adams wasn't able to stop the steamroller. So they clearly don't give a shit.
It's almost like people haven't seen how San Francisco and California is largely gone. I think it'll be funny just for if they go as socialist as people fear. I'm not rooting for it, but if it happens, I will love the after effects going, wow, it's working out great for you guys. Isn't it?
And they're bound and determined to double and triple down on it. Real quick, I do want to say farewell to Michael Madsen. Passed away over the weekend. He had a years-long battle with alcohol. His relatives say he was trying hard to get off the stuff. Sometimes guys become alcoholics and they die when they quit. Quitting, if you do it wrong, can fuck you up. It's very rare, but it can happen.
Are we thinking the same Michael Madsen?
Yeah. Sin City, Donnie Brasco.
No.
Yeah. Michael Madsen, gone, I think 65 years old.
Oh,
yeah, fuck. Kill Bill.
I loved him in so many movies.
Michael Madsen is great. In fact, because he died, yesterday after the show was over, I watched Donnie Brasco again. I'm not quite done yet. But yeah, I was watching Donnie Brasco because Mike Madsen died.
Holy shit, Free Willy? What the hell? Talk about one I don't remember.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, he was in Free Willy.
Oh man, that is a national tragedy.
Yeah, it's too bad. Thanks for talking about him before he died. Oh shit, did I talk about Michael Madsen recently? Probably. He's a guy I reference every once in a while on the show.
Well, with the movie roster we've got here, how could you not reference him?
Yeah. 09 can. Oh, speaking of Donnie Brasco, Donnie Brasco, Joe Pistone was on Joe Rogan's show recently. The undercover police officer who was Donnie Brasco. Highly recommend. Highly recommend. You're not going to learn a whole lot if you've watched the movie, but he's a really, really good guest. And it's the least I've ever heard Joe talk in an episode. It was just Joe Pistone telling undercover stories. It was great.
Crazy.
It's really good. All right, we're out of here. Johnny, you're back at 1 o'clock on Just Kidding LLC on Rumble, Twitch, and YouTube.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to be back at 6 p.m. for the evening show, and I'm going to see if those evening show people can't knock out your guys' Wednesday morning goal. That would be fucking wild. I'd do a 4-hour show if they did that. I'd do a 4-hour evening show if they pulled that off. Take it easy, guys. We will talk to you again very soon. In fact, in just a few hours, you can talk to Johnny again. Take it easy. Have a great rest of your day. And thanks again for an awesome morning.